People waiting.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, send me the link as well for the YouTube video so I
Oh,
can
will
see the
do.
chat.
Will do. Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Appabend. I'm about to send you the link now. There we go. Last time we talked, Appabend,
Okay.
I hosted a panel about the Starfield pronouns controversy, and a lot has
That's
happened
wrong
since
link.
then.
That's the wrong link. Sorry interrupting. That's the wrong link.
Oh, is it the wrong link to the? Hang on. Oh, I think I sent you the. Did I send you something else? Yeah, I think I did. Whoops.
Yeah, you sent an Attack on Titan soundtrack.
Had something else in my clipboard. My bad.
All
And
right, sure.
all right. We're also on Kick and Twitch too, so there might be people who chat in there,
Okay,
but YouTube is the most active.
sure.
But, I think. All right.
I can't
So
get the chat.
the,
All right.
the the last time we talked, we had a discussion about the Starfield pronouns controversy. That was
Uh huh.
about 6 months ago, almost, and a lot has
Yeah.
happened since then. So how you been?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. Nowadays, thankfully, I would say thankfully, but more like it depends on how you see it. But I have been super busy with basically just real life. I barely have time to play games. It's to the point where like if I want to catch up with anything gaming related, I have to watch the walkthrough on YouTube or just watch somebody else play it because I barely got time to like sit down and actually like play games nowadays. And also sometimes also somehow like my hobby just switched from like gaming to photography and videography, and I'm like, this is something that I'm actually not only interested in, I spend a lot more money into now because bought a new camera, bought new lens recently, super cool, and been loving it so far. And unfortunately and fortunately, it's less money being spent to all those all those game companies that want to like get my money for their diversity stuff. So yeah, I've been doing very well. How are you?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Also very busy, though I have been playing through Shadow of the Colossus. I've got one left.
Very nice, classic.
So, what got you into photography and video?
Um, Mostly my job, my job right now, because my job right now is, let's just say it involves making a lot of content, and the content involves recording stuff and compiling stuff and taking photos of stuff. And I usually, I used to take it with my phone. Because my phone has a very good camera. It used to be the Samsung S23 Ultra. Very good camera. Very good phone. Very good camera. Until that phone died, that the phone decided to take a dip into the pool and decided to die. And it's a $1,000 phone and decides to just die. So that sucks. So I used my old Handycam, which is unfortunately worse in quality. But then I decided, you know what, I'll just invest into a camera right now, and I did, and it's so good. It has been doing very well, and ever since then, like since I invested money into the camera, might as well just learn photography, learn how to use the manual mode, and learn exposure and all that sort of stuff. And then I got to this rabbit hole of learning, and I just basically like learned more and more stuff, and it's actually fun. It's actually really fun. It's something. It's a new thing that I'm getting really into it. So yeah, it's been very fun for me.
Well, that's awesome. Do you plan on doing stuff on your YouTube channel relating to photography as well, or?
I sort of did. I sort of made a content already, basically chatting about what the behind the scenes production, and I included some footage where I use my camera and I use my phone to record all sorts of stuff. Definitely, I'll probably be making more live action sort of oriented content, and I would love to make that because I got the gear basically, so I just need to come in and make them. It's all a matter it's all a matter of time. But at the moment, I do have a couple plans for that, but it's just the hooplas are coming in and so much discourse going on with the YouTube stuff, with the drama, and I think I can probably only make something like this like maybe once a month. Just a passion sort of project where I just shoot videos in my camera and all that sorts of stuff. But it's fun, and that's what it is about. It's all about having fun, and thankfully both like covering up the drama, talk about the drama, and talk about sort of basically the usual stuff that I do on my channel. That and also producing the videos. Usually, it's very fun. So we'll definitely have to see. Maybe in a couple of weeks. Maybe in a month. Well, we'll see. At least once a month. There's that.
All right, all right. Well, we've got a few current events we want to cover real quick for the book, because I do try to document
Hmm.
that now as it's happening to some extent, if it's something I think is important for the book. We got
Hmm.
three controversies I want to bring up. The first of which, you say that you've been following all three of these stories. The Sweet Baby Inc. controversy. Do you have any
Uh-huh.
thoughts on this? Or I've already laid it out in previous episodes about the history, but we can go over that again briefly if you'd like as well.
Uh-huh. Well, in terms of the Sweet Baby controversy, I'd say I am paying attention to it, but mostly in the surface level, mostly on the surface level point. I have seen a lot of people go very deeply, and some even connected to other companies, like some connected to Skullgirls at one point. It's like maybe that's the reason why Skullgirls got into the whole censorship hoopla that happened last year. I can go deeper into that, but mostly, for the most part, I'm mostly staying on the surface of what's going on with Sweet Baby. And there's a lot of takes, a lot of drama, a lot of flinging back and forth between the whole thing. Um, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a simple story of Steam curators. Somebody made a Steam curator page, and they recommended to not buy these games made by these companies, because this company is a diversity, equity, inclusion company. This company made politics that are controversial, and those politics are put into those games, and it can be a little bit, or it can be a little. It can be a lot. Either way, Sweet Baby touched the game, and they don't want to have anything to do with it. So at that point, um, the curator is made, and the people who worked at the company that was pinpointed by the curator, Sweet Baby, they didn't like the curator team, so they made a harassment campaign, or say more like they encourage harassment to this team curator. Ask people to ban the curator page because it's horrible, it's trash, it's all sorts of moral reasons, especially involving how it's discriminatory against people of color. Some of the developers say that, or some people say that if you dislike this company, that means you're against people of color, all that sorts of stuff. At the end of the day, it's all consumer rights, it's all consumer choice. It's the company, they touch a product, they touch a bunch of games, and consumers say like, we don't want to touch these games, we don't want to buy these games. These companies got mad, and it just goes into a huge spiral, a huge snowball, where the Homeland Security, or at least Homeland Security funded organizations, are involved. The FBI got involved. Actually, the FBI got involved with something else, but still somewhat related as well. And lots of game journalists, lots of big gaming publications, they band out together and denounce the hate and denounce the people that are against the Sweet Baby Inc. company, and it results to GamerGate 2.0. And it's not the term that I say, GamerGate 2.0. Usually back in the day, back after Gamergate, like there are hooplas like 2018, 19, 20. There are some events that people call Gamergate 2.0, but this one, it is like straight up officially Gamergate 2.0, when the organization, like straight up funded by Homeland Security, they say it's Gamergate 2.0. Well, it's getting serious. It's Gamergate 2.0,
All
even
right.
though it's a different thing. It's started off differently. It's not exactly the same thing, but yeah, it's Gamergate 2.0. So yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah, now this is not something I've talked about in the previous book interviews, I believe. The
Mhm.
Take This is a nonprofit organization that is funded, at least partially, by the Department of Homeland Security. They've received, well, we don't know the exact amount because them and one other organization combined received $750,000 from the Department of Homeland Security. Um, and now they've officially called this Take This nonprofit group calls it Gamergate 2 and demands that everybody condemn it. And of course, it's you pointed out the articles.
Hmm.
It's interesting too because I have a list here of some of them. Um, Kotaku, The Gamer, PC Gamer, Eurogamer, Aftermath, The Mary Sue, The Guardian, and Media Matters all wrote about this story, and none of them even talk about the how it actually came about. In fact, they completely leave out the fact that this story blew up because the Sweet Baby Inc. employees were harassing and or encouraging their followers to harass
Of
Cabrutus and
course.
the Steam group. They don't even talk about this at all. In fact, PC Gamer, I believe it was, but they hang on, I'm gonna make sure I have that right. One second.
Well, there are a couple publications
They
that like shift the blame. PC Gamer did it. Kotaku did it as well.
all of the ones I listed
I remember
basically do it.
Kotaku. Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
the I think it was PC Gamer. They, if not, I'll edit it for the book later. But they actually they allude to, they say that the Sweet Baby Inc. employees mentioned the curator list on Twitter. They just
Mm.
mentioned it. They didn't say what they actually did. And we know that the Kotaku
Mm.
writer, Alyssa Mercante, we know that she knew that that's how it began. And she did an interview even with somebody who was in that Discord named Cod. And Cod even told her, hey, look, I've got the receipts right here. Here's all the evidence. And she completely left this out of her article.
Yep. That's to be expected with game journalists these days, covering this topic.
So do you think that Sweet Baby Inc. is actually, what sort of work do you think that they're doing on these games
It's
that's
very
making them worse?
sure. What they do basically, it's a consultancy group. Well, what are they consulting? They are consulting how to be a minority correctly. That's basically that's the extent of what they're consulting. Well, not just being a minority, but more like other cultures and specifics and everything like that. So I think somebody explained it in a video where let's say you are a black gamer living in LA or something along those lines. You're a black male gamer living in LA. And if you are that, well, consult me, Sweet Baby Company. Consult us, the company, if you want to make a character that is a black gamer living in LA. You consult us. You ask us about how to make it more authentic so that it feels like a black gamer living in LA or something along those lines. Just insert any minority group here. It doesn't have to be black gamer minority in area, but insert minority group here. So their job is to make sure that the minority in question that you are making a video game to is accurately represented. And not just in the aspect of minority as well, but they also consult in the narrative in games. They also consult in the writing in games and making them so that the writing is how do you say it, correct, politically correct. That's the best way to say it. They make the writing to be politically correct. They make the writing to be acceptable in current year political climate, so that it doesn't offend anybody, so that it doesn't send the wrong message or yada yada yada. It's all about consulting to diversity, equity, and inclusion to make sure that the games that these companies make are represented according to their standards of diversity, equity, and inclusion, all that sort of stuff. But that comes with a problem. What gives them the authority to become the sole arbiter, the person that they consult to in order to make a minority correct? Like, why can't the game companies just have somebody inside the company who is a minority? And why didn't they ask them? This is a practice that has been done before. Ubisoft literally began every Assassin's Creed game by saying, this game is made by a developer of multicultural beliefs and yada, yada, yada. Every Assassin's Creed starts like that. So every game developer, every game company, they have those teams that they can consult to inside the company, because it can just be one person be like, hey, this aspect of this person is correct, or this aspect of this person is incorrect, and at the end of the day, it would still work. So why are they consulting Sweet Baby? Well, if you ask me, the reason why they consult Sweet Baby is because so that it looks good in their paper, so that it looks good in the investors. When the investors coming into me, it's like, hey, we consulted this company, Sweet Baby, because we want to be progressive, we want to be diverse. And in that sense, they increase their ESG score. Their social score is better. The investors use that metric to invest on these companies, and they check on the SG score. They check, oh, this company invests on Sweet Baby. They use Sweet Baby as the consultant. Oh, that means this company is doing very good in the social scores. We're going to invest more on your company. And that's when I made the conclusions that, okay, so basically, you guys, you companies, all these companies that work on Sweet Baby, they don't want our money. They just want the investors' money. That's what they want. They're gonna push diversity, equity, and inclusion for the sake of ESG, for the sake of investors to invest in their company, but they don't want my money. And that's when I'm like, okay, fine, don't take my money then. That's no longer your money. It's my money now. I'll invest it in somewhere else. So yeah, that's basically that's basically how it goes. What Sweet Baby does, and why companies are consulting to Sweet Baby as a company.
Now, I'm not sure if you saw this specific thing. Have you seen the Kim Belair GDC speech?
I have seen it, but not in its entirety. I have seen clips of it. I have seen the part where she said something along the lines of, "We have to intimidate game developers to we have to intimidate game developers or scare them or go to the marketing team and scare them so that they comply to our beliefs." Sure.
Yeah. So she says, if you're a creator working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for, when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want. Because they have to consider. And then she pauses and says, I say that a lot as a joke, because if you start to consider the people who are player and audience facing, and who have to deal with mitigating harm and keeping the sentiment around their game positive, there is a genuine value you can impress upon them, both ethically and financially. You can say this is important.
So it's a joke, but it's not a joke. Got it. Okay, contradicting herself right there, but yeah, sure. In that case, right, it's still, at the end of the day, she's not really that joking. It's important to her. It's important to a lot of these game companies to adhere to their ideology, to adhere to what they demand of video games, to what they demand, basically. And they consider it important. And they say that they're going to go so far as to say they're going to threaten game companies, they're going to threaten the marketing team, they're going to threaten people to do that. And they probably have. They probably have done that. In a sense, they probably have done that. I don't exactly adopt that possibility. I'm pretty sure they have done that to a lot of these game companies, which is why they are now adopting their policies, because they don't want any sorts of PR disasters and all that sort of stuff. But I think that's the problem with these big game companies, in that a lot of these are run by the suits and the entertainment industry, the gaming industry. They're run by the suits. They don't understand gaming. They don't understand, artistically speaking. They only understand in the business sense. And that's why you see a lot of the games made by Sweet Baby or consulted by Sweet Baby or contributed by Sweet Baby, they're like watered down into the most mainstream appeal. Worst offenders being the Saints Row reboot, Forspoken, and then I think those two are the biggest offenders out of all of like the games that they made. The worst, the Forspoken and the Saints Row reboot, just awful games to work with. I suppose there's also Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance, but that game has a lot more issues than the writing. Oh yeah, there's also Suicide Squad Kill Justice League as well, and Spider-Man 2, and even I go so far as to say that God of War Ragnarok, which I didn't like. I think it's inferior compared to God of War 2018. Actually, in fact, I'd say a lot of people agree that it's inferior compared to God of War 2018. It's like, in terms of writing, I find the story to be incredibly boring, and a lot of the characters and motivations, everything like that, it does not add up. And I don't know if it's Sweet Baby's contribution to that, or if it's other people's contribution to that, or if it's just Sony's contribution to that. Either way, still not a fan. And the only game that I could like genuinely say, yeah, that game is good, I'll give them that, and it's Alan Wake 2. And even then, it's not really because of Sweet Baby's contribution. It's most because Remedy is a really, really good game developer. They make really good games with really good writing and good direction. Sam Lake is a very, very good writer, good director to the whole thing. And that's why the game is very successful and critically acclaimed with both audiences and critics alike. So I just don't see how these how do you call it, these consultancy groups, they threaten these game developers, they threaten these game companies, or at least they say they do, and they say we're just joking about
Well,
that. I'm
they
pretty sure you
said
guys do.
like Anita
I'm
Sarkeesian
pretty sure
has
you
done
guys do.
that, to be clear, in 2019
Yeah.
with CD Projekt Red, but she didn't expressly threaten them at the GDC conference. She encouraged the audience to do so, which is like a little bit different.
Uh, yeah. Either way, it's still demanding them to go to what they wanted or else, because that's how it is. It's the diversity mafia. So yeah. So yeah, there's that.
So you said GamerGate too. I know other people, including the media
Mm,
and some YouTubers and people on social media, have definitely drawn this parallel as well with GamerGate.
mm,
Myself, I've I guess talked about parallels between the two. Where do you
mm.
see this going from here? This so-called GamerGate 2 controversy?
Um, it can go in some directions. It can go in some directions. I think the first direction that it might go to is it's gonna be one of those suplas that um, people remember and people talk about it, and we're just gonna forget about it and move on to other bigger hooplas that a lot of other people are gonna be talking about. So it's depending on how time goes. I think one, it can be forgotten and it can just be whatever. It's just a hoopla. We're just gonna move on. Nothing much happens in there. Or two, it's gonna continue getting worse and worse. And how it's going to get worse is, well, game journalists. I think it's already getting pretty bad right now when a lot of these game journalists and game organizations, game publications, when they band together and they denounce the curator page. Valve didn't do anything about that, which is a good thing. They didn't do anything about that because the curator page did nothing wrong. They just point out, hey, these are the games made by these companies. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say, don't just limit yourself to Steam. Why limit yourself to Steam? There are so many other games out there that are not released on Steam, especially games that are on Epic and games that are on the consoles that still haven't been listed there. And apparently the original creator of that Steam creator list is also like making a website. Hey, here are the here's a Sweet Baby games that are developed by Sweet Baby, and also
No, not
including
just the
other companies
DI.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, not just Sweet Baby, but like other companies. These are game companies that are these are the games that are consulted by these diversity, equity, and inclusion companies like Silver Stream Media, all that sorts of stuff. And yeah, I feel like the Steam creator page, they can escalate into that level, but most game journals that I've seen are only focusing on the Steam creator page. And even if they ban that, even if Valve successfully be like, hey, we're not hosting this, we're just gonna remove that, we still have other venues to host this. We still have other venues to host this. And even if that venue is removed, we got Web Archive, we got archives, we got lists, we got so many hosts to so many places to host the kind of games that that have been consulted by a diversity, equity, and inclusion company. And at this point, it's like it's a pointless endeavor by these game journalists, by these game companies, by these game developers that are like they're trying to go into this Steam curator page. It's pointless because even if you successfully ban that, there are like 10 more will take its place, and probably even worse because it's no longer limited to Steam. It's now covering not just other game consoles and other digital distributions, but it also covers other diversity, equity, and inclusion company, DEI companies that game companies consulted to. So personally, I think this would go worse, but to what extent, I don't know. I don't know to what extent. Maybe there's gonna be a point where Valve is like, okay, fuck it, we're gonna remove the whole thing. We're not gonna deal with it, and we're just gonna remove the whole thing. But even then, 10 more should take its place. Or maybe it could go on. It gets worse. It gets to the boiling point right now, but then it just drops down, and then no one's gonna remember the whole thing, or people are gonna be like, "Huh, that's really stupid," and just gonna move on. But the one consistent thing that will happen, regardless if it goes worse, regardless if it gets better or worse. The one consistent thing that I think every gamer should do is that they have the choice. They ultimately have the choice to what games they want to buy, what companies they want to support, and what kind of industry that they want to participate in, that they want to economically contribute in. Because the gaming industry, at this moment right now, or at least the AAA game industry. It's in chaos. It is so many layoffs, so many restructuring, so many game developers and talented game developers and publishers, so many talented workers in the gaming industry just laid off. Um, Chaos happening in the AAA gaming landscape. Like games bombing as well, while AA games like Helldivers 2 and Power World is like booming and getting so successful right now. Millions and billions of copies sold. AAA should really get themselves checked at this point. And and I feel like consumers have that power. Consumers, gamers, they have that power to vote with their wallet. And regardless of what everybody says, because I feel like I'm gonna make this point in my next video, but this whole controversy is complex. It's a lot of people flinging crap politically from one side or the other, and we're gonna talk about one particular political side that just joined in and said, "Hey, I'm in for the gamers." Like, no, you're not. But we'll get to that later. But yeah. Lots of political shit flinging from one side to the other. But the action is still very simple, and that action is vote with your wallet. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's like, it doesn't matter if they call you racist, sexist, misogynist, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Vote with your wallet. That's the action that they hate. They can call you racist, sexist, bigoted. At the end of the day, voting with your wallet is all that matters. And I haven't been buying games lately, so yeah, I've been voting with my wallet. The wallet goes to my camera lens because it's freaking awesome. So, so
Now,
yeah, there's that.
the media running with, and some of the people involved too, like the Kotaku writer, they're trying to run with this new narrative. Basically, the same thing during GamerGate, they basically lied to the public, and then they said that anyone who asks too many questions about this or supports GamerGate is a misogynist harasser who hates women and wants to drive them out of games. And now they're doing the same exact thing now a decade later. Have they not learned anything?
Nope, they have not learned anything. And the action back in the original GamerGate and also right now is the same. It's, again, vote with your wallet. It's the same exact action that we've been preaching for the last couple of days, for the last couple of years, for the last couple of decades. And now it's working. It's pretty much working right now. Suicide Squad underperformed. It failed. No one buys the game. Although, to be fair, with Suicide Squad, there are more reasons to hate the game than how they did the characters. The writing is pretty bad already, but there are so much aspects of the games that are just absolutely terrible, like the microtransactions, live service elements, all that sort of stuff. The same goes with, actually not the same goes with the same goes with the other games. Yeah, Forspoken literally like killed an entire studio. Saints Row as well killed entire studios, and those are the two games that Sweet Baby worked on, just straight up killing studios, which is absolutely crazy. But yeah, consumers, you got the power at the end of the day. You have the power to vote with your wallet and put your money to the kind of games that you want to buy. It doesn't even have to be new games. Like, there are so many old games from old catalogs. I mean, especially right now with Nintendo deciding to remove all sorts of emulations and just try to strike down copyright strike emulations, fan games, all that sort of stuff. Like, at this point, it's about as good a time as any. Learn how to emulate, learn how to download games, ROMs of old games, and play the ones that you haven't played in a while. And it's about as good a time as any. While AAA game industry, they can deal with whatever crap they're dealing right now, and the double A's like the Helldivers 2 and the Power Worlds of the world, they're gonna flourish, they're gonna rise because those games are fun. Because people make the games for fun, and fun is all that matters. And people want fun games, so they buy fun games. AAA game companies, they haven't given us any fun games yet. Like, a lot of the games are crap, so not buying it. Not buying it.
All right, last question on this before we move on to Matt Walsh.
Sure.
Do you see any, unless you have more you want to say, do you have anything, sorry, can you put like a percentage chance or the likelihood, just give me a ballpark estimate of the likelihood you see of the players involved who have fucked up so far doing the right thing? All these gaming sites and the Media Matters and the Guardian and that nonprofit group, and I guess the DHS too,
Mm.
those responsible, come forward, they apologize, they fire the people who did the bad stuff. Sweet Baby Inc. fires or severely reprimands the two employees that harassed Kerbutis and encouraged their followers to do so. And they say, hey, look, we made a lot of mistakes. We're going to try and do better in the future. We're going to work with the gaming community to build a better industry, better games journalism, and we're going to be more transparent about what
Mm.
we're consulting is like. Do you see a path where that
Mm.
happens?
Unlikely, very, very unlikely. And the reason is because doing so would require a part of maturity in them. And unfortunately, I do not find these people mature at all. They do not handle criticisms in a mature way. They do not handle any sort of backlash in a mature way. And they decided to look at these criticisms as personal attacks to them. And it's a very nuanced conversation. It's a very, very nuanced conversation with regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion, race, gender, minority, all that sorts of stuff. It's a very nuanced discussion, but it's a discussion that these people do not want to have. They decided to block people. They decided to limit replies. I feel like by the time they do that, blocking people and limiting replies and not interacting with us, the gamers, they already made their place by then. So like, okay, you don't want to hear us. You don't want to hear what we have to say, our thoughts and opinions on the whole thing. At that point, why should we even bother like giving our time to you? We don't need our time to you, aside from just making fun of you on Twitter, which we do all the goddamn time. But aside from that, we don't need to. We don't need to spend our money on people that don't want our money. At the end of the day, that's really about it. And with these game companies, these game publications, like I got ad blockers turned on. I don't want to contribute ads to any of your websites. And even if I have to, like there are so many browsers you can just literally turn on ad blocker right now, which you should, because it's like internet safety 101, because there are lots of ads out there that might lead you to malwares and scams and all sorts of stuff, right? So at that point, I'm like, these game companies and these big game publications, they're not going to mature. They're not going to reverse their decisions, and there's no point in our history in which they're going to do that, because that requires maturity in their part, and they are unfortunately not very mature in this subject matter. I'm not going to hope any sort of change on their part, and I don't expect them to change. If they do change, okay, I'm surprised if they actually do change. I'm genuinely surprised, but it doesn't really matter whether they change or not. What really does matter is, again, it's on you. It's on the consumers. It's on the gamers. They have the power to give the money to make these businesses successful. And these game companies that consult with Sweet Baby, they don't want your money. They want the investors' money. They want the high ESG scores. They want to look good on their investors' portfolio, so that investors look at them and be like, oh, this is a good company to invest to. This is a socially conscious and socially good company to put my billions and billions of dollars of money in. And that's why they invest the money to these game companies. But they forgot that one of the people that actually contribute to their company being successful are the gamers. We're the ones that actually spend the money to you first, not the investors. But okay, if you're gonna take the investors' money and not our money, that's up to you, game companies. And game journalists, if you want to keep on spreading bullshit and misinformation and all that sorts of stuff, that's up to you. At the end of the day, we can also speak our words. We can also speak our side of the story. The internet is such a big, vast place that social media at this point is pretty much on an equal level. Everybody has gotten their takes right now. And the boomers, man, I swear to God, the boomers are now more and more how do you call it? They are more and more savvy with social media. They know how to use social media right now, which is why you got all sorts of boomer takes that coming in to counter all the bad leftist progressive takes. You got the progressives, and then you got the right wingers, the left wingers, the right wingers. Like, they are more and more aware on how to use the internet, and they put in their take, no matter how bad they are, but there's still takes. And the internet feels a lot more equal in that sense. And we are also seeing, not just in social media, but also like in YouTube videos as well, a rise of very, very popular right wingers and YouTubers that spout like right wing beliefs, or not right wing beliefs, but anti-SJW as well. so it's more of an equal playing field. And if these game journalists think that they're relevant, if these game journalists think that they can go against that, hey, perfectly fine by me. At the end of the day, it's a battlefield of ideas in the internet, so we can share our ideas, see who's going to win at the end of the day. And if game developers want to take your ideas, want to take your game journalist ideas, that's fine. We're not going to spend money on your guys. We're not going to spend money on these company, and we're just going to let it rot, and we're just going to let it collapse and destroy it and all that sort of stuff, which is what's happening right now with the AAA game industry. It's collapsing and failing and layoffs, restructuring, all that sort of stuff. If that's what you want, AAA, I'm all ears. I'm all here. So,
Well, we're gonna get to one of those boomer takes in just a minute, but I do want to ask
sure.
one last thing because I'm not sure if you saw this, but so Chris Kindred, the Sweet Baby Inc. employee, one of the two,
Mm.
who was encouraging their people to harass Cabrutus and the Steam group,
Uh-huh.
he got
Yes.
suspended from Twitter, and he came back, and one of the first things he said was, well, Akira Toriyama of Dragon
I saw
Ball and
that.
Chrono
Yes.
Trigger fame has passed away, unfortunately. Obviously, this
Yes.
hit a lot of people very hard. A lot of people are fans of his work and of him.
Mm.
And Chris
Hmm.
Kindred tweets out, Toriyama gave us the best and worst black characters in anime in the same series. It took range to do this. A lot of people disagreed with this take. Did you see this, and did you have any thoughts on it?
Uh, it's that person's take. At the end of the day, that's that person's take. That person's take is monstrous. It's absolutely terrible. It's a horrible take, but it's their take. And the fact that they decided to tweet that take during after the announcement of Akira Toriyama's passing is absolutely monstrous. It is an absolute dick thing to do, and it is crazy that there's a game company that allows people like that to be in the company. They just freely tweets. They just freely tweets and talks about people in that amount of disrespect. Like it is crazy the amount of influence that Akira Toriyama has to everybody, and I mean everybody. That guy gave influence to even the most to everybody, the rich, the poor, from all sorts of spectrums on the skin color, all spectrums on the LGBT, all spectrums on the autism spectrum, whatever, just any sort of spectrum. It appeals to them. Dragon Ball, Chrono Trigger, all these Dragon Quest, super influential works that he made, and everybody appeals. It appeals to everybody, even to somebody who's like not a huge fan of Dragon Ball, like myself. I'm not a huge Dragon Ball fan. I'm more of a Naruto guy, but growing up. But Dragon Ball, the original theme, that was on my childhood, right? It was on my childhood. And the moment I hear that theme, it's like, yep, I'm reminded of when I was a kid, when I was just watching TV, watching anime on TV. It was a lot of memories, even though I don't remember a lot of the story, but I was a kid back then. The original Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball Z. But yeah, so to come in here and share this selfish, it's straight up selfish take. It is a selfish, narcissistic take about how Akira Toriyama doesn't do black people well. And by black people, I mean me, because that's what it's all about. It's like, by black people, I mean me. It's all about me. It's crazy. The amount of narcissism that appears that are being supported in the game industry right now is absolutely crazy. And I do not understand why these game companies, why these big game developers and game companies decided to support and put their money on there and put their trust on people like these. These are the people that you should not put your trust into, because they got a horrendous political bias, and not just even like a political bias. They can, like, he can say the exact opposite viewpoint. Like, he can even say that Akira Toriyama made the best simultaneously made the best white and the worst white person, and it would still be horrible. It's the attitude. And I feel like that's what a lot of these game companies, for some reason, decide to put a blind eye on. These employees, they have a horrible attitude. They have a horrible attitude with horrible politics. And they decide, whatever. It's the acceptable kind of politics. Hating on white people. Yeah, why the hell not? And hating on black people, hating on white people, supporting black people. That's the correct politic.
Unless there's tweets I haven't seen, the hating on white people was somebody else, not Chris Kindred specifically. But unless he did it too, I don't know.
That's true. That's true. But the sentiment, I'm pretty sure that person also have that sentiment if they're going to go support on black people, because progressives, ironically, they're like a hive mind. They all think very alike. They all think very alike. If they say black people are this, black people are good, but white people are bad, and obviously they're gonna assume like white people are obviously gonna be bad. But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, it's still a garbage attitude to display to everybody. Like it's such a disrespectful attitude, such a disrespectful tweet, and knowing the fact that the person made that tweet in such a disrespectful manner and they don't get called out for it, it's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy to me.
All right, I got two follow-ups to that. Just then
Mhm.
we can move on. I do feel like I got to push back a little bit for the book. So first
Mhm.
off, is if Chris Kindred is indeed of the opinion that Akira Toriyama made some of the worst or the absolute worst black characters, in addition to some good ones, according to him, if he does hold this view in his head, is there no way for him to talk about this responsibly
Nah. Mhm. Mhm.
or to voice that viewpoint in a way that's not disrespectful?
Nah, I don't think so. At the end of the day, I feel like he just wants to rile people up at that. He just wants to rile people up with that tweet, which it worked. It did rile people up. It did rile a bunch of other people up. So I didn't actually, I forgot if I talk about that take, but yeah, it riled a lot of people up, and it's a very disrespectful tweet. It did rile a lot of people up, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why he decided to do that. Is it to piss off anime fans? Like, I don't understand why. Why would you want to piss off anime fans at their time of mourning? Is it because he wants to get attention? Well, he did get attention for sure. That's a very explosive way to get attention. Or did he just want, or is that his actual genuine take on the matter? And if that is his actual genuine take on the matter, would he actually elaborate further on that? No, I don't think he's gonna elaborate further on that. He's gonna drop it. He's gonna drop it. Like he's gonna come into the room, fart, and just leave. That's what he basically does. He just comes in the room, fart, leaves. The fart being the dumb take that he's making right there. But yeah, he's not gonna elaborate on that. And I don't think a lot of these Sweet Baby developers are going to elaborate on anything they say. Anything they say, really. They're not going to address people's criticism. They're going to choose to run away from the criticism and paint the people that criticize them as idiots or morons, or actually, no, just like misogynist, racist, bigots, all that sorts of stuff. It's the same Gamergate typical tactic. So no, I don't think he's gonna elaborate further on that.
And the other follow-up was, you mentioned progressives. In the United States,
Mm,
this word means many different things depending on who you talk to. Could you define
that's
what
true.
you mean by progressive real quick?
Um, if you want to be defined what a progressive is, like I feel like progressives, they are the ones that push. They're the ones that push progressive ideas. They're the ones that push progressive ideas. And what do I mean by progressive ideas? They're the ones that push ideas that are not conservative. They are not traditional. Let's say they are the ones that push LGBT ideas, because most people are straight and straight people are like the default, so they push LGBT. LGBT is not the default, which is uh yes, I guess, but nowadays it is getting more and more the default right now, unfortunately. But actually it depends on how you think it is. But yeah, point is they push progressive ideas. It's no longer gaming is no longer it's promoting minorities. In that sense, they want more LGBT people, more minorities in the space, and they support them when they are there. They support them in all sorts of places, and it's not a bad, like in the surface, on the surface, it's not a bad idea in a sense, because there are some the progressive ideas I do have. Align with their ideas. I do support the LGBT people. I do support minorities, all that sorts of stuff. In a sense that, well, I'm not actually going to actively support them. I'm more like, I tolerate their existence. Like, okay, whatever. You exist. You exist. You're here, and it's not productive to be hating on you for an arbitrary reason. The same goes for minorities. I don't see any productive reason to hate on black people or hate on people who have a different skin color or white people, or any sorts of minorities. So yeah, in that sense, I do align with the progressives. But what I do not like in the progressives is when they push their ideas to everybody, when they force their ideology to people, when they say, we have to support minorities. Like, okay, sure, I want to support minorities. How do you do that? By forcing the games that they got, forcing video games to push these political agendas, all that sorts of stuff. Or by having, let's say, by race swapping characters, or by writing the male character to be ineffective and the female character to be better in every single way. Writing where he's basically making bad writing in terms of that endorses minorities, even though that's not how you're supposed to. In artistically speaking, that is not how you should write stuff. And I feel like one of my issues with progressives is the fact that they decided to make bad products in service of their ideology, not necessarily the ideology itself that I have a problem with. In fact, I agree with some of them. It's that they decided to make bad products with the ideology that they have. I feel like that's the extent of my limited, admittedly limited understanding of what progressives are. So,
Okay, thank you. And now you mentioned some of the boomer takes. Well, a conservative political podcaster, Matt Walsh, he's a social conservative. He has criticized video games in the past many times on Twitter, and in one article he wrote in 2018 where he tried to link video games to violence.
of course,
It doesn't seem like his opinion has changed on this very much over the years. So
yep.
he weighed in on the Sweet Baby Inc. controversy. He says that he's not a gamer. He's open about that. And he did apparently play games on at least 2 occasions in his life. At least he played Mortal Kombat once, at least, and Mario Kart once, but not really a gamer. He says that he covered the controversy, and he didn't really get the facts too wrong, I don't think, in like his objective presentation of like of what happened. Except he did say that he did play a scene from Life is Strange 2, and he said it was from Life is Strange. He didn't say it was from the second game, which maybe he doesn't know a lot about games, but that he did show footage from the wrong game. And then he, at the very end of his speech, where he talks about this, he encourages people to not allow their kids to play video games, because if they play video games, they're going to be brainwashed and turned into woke skulls, essentially. And this take has gotten him a lot of hot water as well, just like Mr. Kindred.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah.
would you have any thoughts on what Matt Walsh was saying?
Yeah, this is what I meant when I say that the boomers are coming in and they know how to use the platform even more and to sharing their political takes on these sorts of topics. And yeah, not a fan of Matt Walsh. I feel like there are lots of takes that he made that are just bizarre. It's mostly political takes, and even the political takes, I'm not really that much into politics, but even the political takes that he made are just like, why would you make that sort of take? And this one is no different, and because he decided to tackle video games in this matter, and I don't think he comes in a genuinely for the gamers, because I feel like what Matt Walsh is doing is he has one goal, and that one goal is he hates progressives. He doesn't like the wokes. He hates woke people. He doesn't like the wokes. So he's gonna use this opportunity to trash on the wokes, because it's a big hoopla. It's a big hullabaloo that's happening in the social media landscape. So he takes that opportunity to bash it on the wokes. Doesn't matter what the gamers think, because he's not a gamer, but he doesn't like the wokes the wokes as well. And unfortunately, this is it's very similar to what happened with the first GamerGate. Now that I think about it, because I'm coming into GamerGate from the perspective of a gamer, because I do not care about whatever political issues that happen in 2014, 15, 16, all that sort of times. I do not care about the political agenda at that time. And sometimes, like, I wonder to myself, like, if I do care about that sort of stuff, what kind of rabbit hole would I stumble myself into? And by that point, by the time I realize, oh shit, I'm going way too far in this, I back away. I was like, fuck it, let's focus on the games, focus on entertainment, because that's what I am now. I know about movies, I know about films, I know about comic books, I know about games, and that's what I know more. And what these people are doing to those entertainment, I can talk about that because these people have no knowledge about their entertainment that they're talking about. I can talk about them because I got more knowledge. The same goes with Matt Walsh as well. He has no idea what he's coming into. He's not a gamer, obviously, but he does hate the woke. And the same thing happened with GamerGate 1. There are lots and lots of people in the original GamerGate that are not gamers, that they also hate the woke as well. And they come in to GamerGate 1 uh, to bash in on the opportunity, to take in the opportunity to bash the wokes, to criticize the progressives, to criticize the leftists and all that sort of stuff. Back in the day, I used to like subscribe to a couple of them when they talk about political stuff. Like I used to be interested in some political channels when they talk about the stupidity of progressives or liberal stupidity, liberal lunacy, all that sorts of stuff. Like I used to be into that because it's universally stupid. It's a universally stupid thing that most people can agree on. It's stupid, and I feel like it's something that I can get into. But unfortunately, the longer and longer the time goes, the less and less the focus becomes from gaming to politics right now. And a lot of people are attacking the game developers' politics and the game companies' politics and all that sort of stuff, even though that's not really the main issue. The main issue is how they push their politics into their games, how they push their bias into their games, and how that's affecting the quality of the game in return. And because of that, because it affected the games, people complain and gamers complain about that. That's what I care about. I care mostly about the end product. I do not care if I am a teacher, basically. I'm a teacher. These game companies are the ones doing the tests. I don't care if your homework got eaten by a dog, or if your homework got stolen, or if you haven't finished your homework. Yeah, I don't care, as long as what I see is what I get. And what I see from these game developers, they make crap, and I don't like crap. So I talk about why the games that they made are crap. And that's what it is at the end of the day. And thankfully, gamers are more susceptible to crap games more so than they are susceptible to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it just so happens that Suicide Squad right now is a very, very not very good game, and gamers just do not like that. So yeah, I feel like with Matt Walsh coming into the discussion, he's gonna turn it political, even though it's not a political thing. It's a gamer. It's a gamer choice thing. It's a consumer choice thing. Consumers have every right to choose whatever games they want to buy, and also to not buy games. What games they want to buy, what games they not want to buy, it's their right. Whatever reason that they say, you can argue about that. You can argue it's stupid. You can argue it's misogynistic or racist and sexist, whatever. At the end of the day, it's their choice. It's their choice. And if you don't really care about money, that's perfectly fine. And unfortunately, we got more and more people like Matt Walsh coming into bask in on the opportunity to bash the wokes. Same goes with GamerGate 1. A bunch of people in GamerGate 1 are also doing that to bash the wokes. And in return, putting people who are just gamers at that time into their ideology. I've seen some people that go way too far the political rabbit hole. And thankfully, I'm not that far yet. I'm not saying that far, but yeah. Thankfully, I'm not that far yet. So yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
To be fair, and I know you haven't said this. I just want to make it clear for the audience. I do think that Mr. Walsh's comments got him more backlash than friends. At least Kotaku in Action basically criticized him, and then a lot of people on Twitter and I think some YouTubers made videos. I haven't seen those yet, criticizing his comments too. So I do think that I don't think that he's going to be able to ingratiate himself like the way Milo was, for instance.
That's true. I don't think he couldn't. That's true. I don't think he couldn't, but that requires charisma, which Matt Walsh clearly does not have.
Well, let's deal with his big argument here. Okay, the way he ends it all, because it seems to me at least that his view essentially, because he doesn't like video games and he probably doesn't see much value in them to begin with, and he thinks that they're for kids. But his view essentially is that these games, if your kids play video games, they're going to be brainwashed by the woke scolds essentially, and turned into basically the next generation of woke people.
Hmm.
Now, you also say that you don't like some of the woke games.
Hmm.
So, was he onto something, or is he exaggerating it and totalizing it as like if
Nah,
the
I
whole
think
games industry is?
yeah, I feel like he's definitely exaggerating. I don't think people are gonna play something like, I don't know, Suicide Squad and come out of that game and immediately be like, hey, I'm gonna be a progressive now. I support LGBT rights and everything that sort of. It's like, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think any game, even if they are specifically made to be a propaganda to that, I don't think they're gonna have that power. I mean, we already have a game that does exactly that, except instead of LGBT issues, it's immigration issue, and that's Life is Strange 2. Life is Strange 2 was released, and it's inferior from compared to the first game. And not only that, it's inferior to the first game, not a lot of people talk about that game, even though that game straight up propagandized the games for being like pro-immigration, and anybody who is against immigration are monsters, evil, two-dimensional villains, all that sorts of stuff. And games do not have that power. They can share those ideas, for sure. They can share those ideas, but I feel like most people are going to be influenced by many other things than the video games if they started to align themselves to a certain ideology. So, if Matt Walsh is worried that kids are going to turn themselves into wokeness, they have to look at their social media, because that's where most of the sources of the wokes come from. That's where they got their opinions. That's where they got their ideology. That's where they got all of these stupid and horrible and brain dead takes. That's where they got all of those there. And if they don't want to, and if Matt wants to get kids to get out of the wokeness program, or the wokes, all that sort of stuff, then they should monitor the social media usage, which all parents should do anyways. They should monitor their social media usage anyways, because kids really need to. Actually, kids should be on social media in general. But regardless, point is, right? I don't think games. He's not onto something. I don't think games are gonna be able to convert people into becoming woke, even though the games themselves have things that are woke. Like, most people are gonna play Suicide Squad and be like, "Oh, this game is not very good." That's the conclusion that most people are gonna come to. In fact, that's the conclusion that most people have come to. This game's not very good. And most people are gonna come to the conclusion that Forspoken's not very good. The Saints Row reboot's not very good. And they're not gonna come to the conclusion and be like, "Oh, I played this game, therefore I support LGBT rights now." It's like, no, that's not going to happen. Matt Walsh doesn't like that. He thinks that it's going to happen to the kids that when they play these games, but no, it's not going to happen. So yeah, he's definitely wrong on that side.
All right, so there's another controversy as well. Matt Purslow at IGN has written an article encouraging Capcom, I guess, essentially, to not remake Resident Evil 5. Now, he says that this is because the game is racist, and that you couldn't really remake the game without having those elements in it, because the fact that it's set in Africa is central to the plot, essentially, and that because it's set in Africa, most of the bad characters are going to be black, and so therefore it's racist. Do you have any thoughts on his article?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna talk about that article in just a bit. In actually not just a bit, but like in my next stream actually. But yeah, the article is very stupid, and a lot of people. It's universally a lot of people do not like the article at all. Like, I just saw Muda talk about that article, which is very funny. And yeah, Resident Evil 5. It's not. Resident Evil 5 is not racist. I don't believe that Capcom are filled with people that are like straight up, they hate black people, all that sorts of stuff. What I do believe is that Capcom are filled by morons. Because what happened with Resident Evil 5, I feel like Yahtzee made a really good point when he talks about this, right? So initially when the game starts, Resident Evil 5, I played a lot of Resident Evil 5, by the way. Game is amazing. I love Resident Evil 5. But yeah,
Yes.
initially when the game starts, yeah, initially when the game starts, you do go into this place. You go to the village. You go to village in South Africa, is in Africa, whatever, right? An undisclosed place in Africa, and it's pretty diverse. Like there are mostly black people there, but there are a couple of people that are whites in there because it's true in South Africa there are a lot of white South Africans out there. Like one of them controls Twitter right now, so there is that. So yeah, they make it a lot more diverse. They make it a couple of white people, so that a couple of white people come in the enemies. Okay, sure, whatever. And also Sheva is black, so there is that. And then the game progresses, and then you got into this level where you have to go into a boat, and then you got into this freaking African tribesmen that are like using spears and actually like try to kill people, and like and like it's basically the stereotypical African tribes that Capcom thinks that Africans are. So granted, those Africans, they still exist. There are Africans that still wear those in real life in current year, but it's still pretty tasteless in Capcom's part to depict it that way. But it's not offensive. Like in my opinion, it's not offensive. But hey, at the end of the day, I'm not the black guy, so I don't really have a say on that. But I don't find it offensive. Like personally, I don't find it offensive. In the same way, I don't find Far Cry 3 offensive, even though Far Cry 3 literally depicts like the characters in Far Cry 3 are Indonesian, like straight up, unmistakably Southeast Asians. They speak Indonesian, and they wear all these tribe clothes that look like they came from Mayans. Like, we don't wear that, but I don't mind because it fits within what the game's trying to do, aesthetically speaking. And Capcom didn't misstep on that one by depicting the tribes. But like, if that's what they're intending to do, in fairness to them, they are pretty tough enemies. They are very, very tough enemies to deal with. That not only they're tough enemies, they're a lot more agile. They are very more athletic, more agile to deal with, much harder to deal with. In fact, those particular areas of the game, some of the toughest areas in the game as well. So kudos to Capcom. Like they got the stereotyping, but at least they're badasses. More than I can say to a lot of AAA game industry these days. So yeah, in regards to should Resident Evil 5 be remade, I feel like Capcom is definitely going into that direction. Now, me and Capcom, we got a complicated relationship. I have a mixed bag reaction with Capcom. At one side, I love their games. Their recent games, I absolutely love them. But on the other side, they do some really, really stupid stuff. They tone down Ashley. I don't like that. They remove aspects of Ada, which I don't like. They do a lot of stuff in the newer remake games that I am not a fan of, and a lot of parts of the game are cut. Some parts of the games are cut. Like some creative decisions that I'm not a fan of with Capcom, but in general, I love it. I love what Capcom is doing with the remake, and I love Remake 4 for the record, and I cannot wait for what they're going to offer with Remake 5. How are they going to do Remake 5? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe they're going to rewrite the game, or maybe somehow they're going to make the whole population to be mostly white South Africans, so that Chris Redfield doesn't come in and killing people, black people left and right. But at the end of the day, like, the game is about Chris Redfield and Sheva saving these people from the deadly virus, because the virus are infecting the Mangini virus. They're infecting them, and they are going to come in and attack more and more people if the virus is not stopped. So at the end of the day, these people coming in, they're doing good for the world. They're Wesker's, and Wesker's the racist one. He decides to drop in the virus to
he's racist against
to
everyone
Africa.
equally, though. He wants to basically, unless you're one of the very small percentage of the population that, well, spoilers, heads up for anyone who hasn't played RE5 yet, but his goal is essentially to eliminate everyone who
World
is
domination.
Compatible with the Ouroboros virus, right? Essentially.
World domination, take over the world, basically. It's Wesker. So
it's funny we talk about the Sweet Baby Inc. the consultants. Don't hire these people. Like I would like talk about like the Majini scene. Like I agree that probably, I've never been to Africa. I assume that was like probably way over this, like probably a stereotype, the way that they're handled with the water people. That probably wasn't the best. But what they should do is not hire these woke consultants because they don't know shit about Africa or anything like that.
For
I don't
sure.
trust these people to do a good job, even if even of making American characters or Canadian characters.
For sure.
But
For
but
sure.
if they want to learn more about Africa and like present like different tribes accurately and like in a way that is authentic, like fly some of the developers and writers out and like meet with the actual people who live there. Like that's what they
Which
should do.
I'm
And
pretty
hire
sure
like
they did.
actual consultants, right? Not like,
I'm
not
pretty sure.
woke consultants, but like experts who are
True.
experts on African history and African. You know?
Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure they did. I haven't been to Africa personally, but I have met an actual like African, and she's very cool. And we talk about a bunch of stuff. We talk about the cultures and everything like that. So yeah, I can totally see something like Resident Evil 5. It can happen. Not only did it can happen, like I see like her photos with like African tribes and everything like that. It's like it's something that happens. It's something that happens in real life. So it's not exactly an offensive stereotype if it's like actually happening in real life. But hey, you cannot argue that with progressives. But yeah, definitely do not consult Sweet Baby in that regard, because Sweet Baby's not going to produce. What are they going to contribute to the matter? I don't even trust them on their opinions on them being themselves, let alone on other countries. Like, what I find very crazy is, imagine if Ubisoft decides to consult Sweet Baby in matter of say, I don't know, Far Cry 3. And it's like, okay, Far Cry 3 takes place mostly in Southeast Asia. At least the Rook Island is very Southeast Asian inspired, and lots of influence from Thailand, Southeast Indonesia, Malaysia, all that sorts of stuff. Is like, do Sweet Babies have employees from Thailand, Southeast Asia, or Indonesia? Do they have employees on those? Or if they don't, then why should we consult them? Why can't we just go directly to Thailand or Southeast Asia or all that sort of stuff? I think I forgot where, but even Hideo Kojima, he actually went on, when he's making Metal Gear Solid, he actually go out tour to America, to everywhere, to make sure that the places are represented correctly. He basically gave free holidays to the Konami employees. And like, yeah, we'll just go to a trip to America and just try to represent the places accurately, the people accurately, and everything like that. And well, it's a mixed bag result with Kojima, whether it's accurate or not. But at the end of the day, he tries at least. He attempted to make the games to be as authentic as possible, to be as accurate as possible. So, yeah, I feel like that's, if game developers and companies, they want true authenticity, they want something that's real for themselves, they definitely should go into the places that they're trying to refer to, or actually talk to the people that they are trying to make a reference to, or they're trying to talk about. If they don't talk about those, it's stupid. And if they don't do that, it's a huge misstep in their part. Like, a consultancy is not a new thing. Like, lots and lots of people are experts on something and they consult on their expertise. Lots of people are like that. And this Sweet Baby is not an expert that you should consult to. Plain and simple. Plain and simple.
Yeah, and I probably agree with the headline of the article. The IGN article is because they don't mention the racism stuff in the headline. They just say it shouldn't be remade. At least not now. I think it shouldn't be remade now necessarily. I think that there's better candidates. I think Outbreak or Code Veronica or even Zero with co-op could be really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that is true. And the article did say that. Veronica is a better candidate for a remake, which is fair.
Yeah.
Which is fair for Veronica, even though I'm not a huge fan of Veronica. But yeah, it is a better candidate to be remade. I am a huge fan of Outbreak. Outbreak is awesome. But yeah, what I find very interesting about the article is that it simply cannot be remade because people might get offended, because that's what the conclusion. That's what at the end of the day. That's what it is at the end of the day. They can't be remade right now because people might get offended by it. And my point is, well, if people are offended by it, like, so what? What are they gonna do about it at the end of the day? But this is something that I'm definitely looking forward to with Capcom. I do want to see how they're tackling Resident Evil 5. Are they going to
Well, it's not confirmed, is it?
If you played the Separate Ways DLC, it is very strongly hinted that they are going to do a remake 5. Very, very strong
I've heard
hints.
there's
Not
rumors. I've not played RE4 remake yet. I hear it's amazing.
yeah. Yeah,
Except,
it is. Well,
though the people have some critiques of it. Yes, I have heard.
But there are lots of people make critiques of it, but I don't find it. I play a lot of original Resident Evil 4 a lot. I replayed the game a lot when I was a kid, and I played Remake 4. I also replayed that game a lot. I think Remake 4 has the best mercenaries in any Resident Evil game that I have played. It has the best mercenaries. Even if you're not playing the game for the single player campaign, play it for the mercenaries because it's so good. Granted, it's a lot easier compared to the mercenaries of the past, but it is so much fun. I sometimes, when I just want to shoot the shit, I just boot the game up, play the mercenaries mode, turn my brain off, and just shoot the living shit out of zombies. It is so fun. Super entertaining. It is the best mercenaries mode in the game, and Resident Evil 5 is going to have a lot more mercenaries. Please, Resident Evil 5 mercenaries, hopefully the remake mercenaries, continue upon the 4 mercenaries, because 4 mercenaries is so good. Remake 4 mercenaries is so good. But yeah, in the sense, Remake 4, because if you haven't played Remake 4 yet, I do need to explain that, because they got the Separate Ways DLC. In the very end of the Separate Ways DLC, there are screenshots of Extella. She's there. I saw her. And screenshots of Tricell and Wesker. You see Wesker looking at the screen and be like, yeah, we're going to do Resident Evil 5, Remake 5. And when Wesker realized that Ada is rebelling against him, Wesker continues with his plan, and his plan is to go to Africa and dominate people and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, Remake 5 is a definitive possibility because the Capcom strongly hints that they're going to remake 5 if you have played the Separate Ways DLC, because it's pretty obvious that they're going to go into that direction. But who knows? Maybe they're going to actually move back and remake Code Veronica instead, because Code Veronica is the only game in the series that desperately do need a remake, even though plot-wise it's more of a filler to the whole saga. I feel like it's more of a filler, even though it has my Resident Evil waifu in it, and it's still at the end of the day, the story is still very, very much filler.
Well, I'm stuck in Code Veronica. I can't. I got to the submarine. You know how? So you spoilers.
Yes, I played that.
Yeah, you fight Ashford right in the mansion, and then you go to the submarine. I don't know where the fuck to go, and I could look up a guide, I guess. But like, I feel like
yes,
I want to do it
like there. I played so far. I've actually played the game up to the point where I already passed that section. Like, I've passed the submarine. Like, I used the submarine to actually go to like another place in an island. I feel like that's the last time I remember. But yeah, I used the submarine to go to another place, and then that's an entirely different game that happens in there. But for the most part, the game is very, very much filler in terms of plot. It doesn't really contribute anything much aside from, if you want to play as Claire again, it's like, sure, you can play as her again, and she's fine in it, and she's great and all, but for the most part, plot-wise, it's filler, and it doesn't really contribute much to the whole saga, aside from giving a couple of backstories to Umbrella and Wesker and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, Code Veronica can be remade if Capcom wants to play it safe. Move back to Code Veronica and remake that instead. That's them playing it safe, but it's Separate Ways DLC strongly hint that they're going to remake 5. And honestly, I do want to see where they're coming from with remake 5. So yeah.
We got a question from the chat real quick. Is the Mercenaries mode better than RE 4 through 6 or Mercenaries 3D?
Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I have played 4 Mercenaries, 5 Mercenaries, 6 Mercenaries, and Mercenaries 3D. Even though I feel like Mercenaries 3D has the better system in terms of how you get the mercenaries and everything like that. It has the better system, but the problem with Mercenaries 3D is it's stuck on the 3DS, and you're gonna need Chitra emulator, which they took down, so you can't exactly play it. So that sucks. 4 Mercenaries is very good. 5 Mercenaries is way better than 4 in terms of the mechanics and the character selection. 6 is fun. This is definitely fun, but yeah, I feel like remake 4. The only downside with remake 4 Mercenaries is I forgot if you can do multiplayer remake in remake 5. Sorry, in Resident Evil 5 and 6 Mercenaries. But yeah, Remake 4 of Mercenaries I don't doesn't have multiplayer co-op, but hey, it's fine as long as I can shoot the shit out of everybody, shoot the shit out of the zombies. But yeah, I feel like Remake 4 Mercenaries to me it's the best Mercenaries out of all of them, and that alone is worthy of purchase for the game, for the game itself, because there are so much stuff that a lot of quality of life updates that they do with the Mercenaries mode that make it better. They actually notify you where the boss is coming from, where or if there's a boss. The older games don't do that. If there's a boss happening, it's like, hey, it just pops up, and you have to like use your instinct to see if there's a boss. This one, no, they actually tell you, hey, there's a boss right here, and sometimes they throw in multiple bosses, so it's not just one boss. Usually in the older in Resident Evil 4, they throw in the two chainsaw ladies in the village level, and they always throw the two chainsaw ladies even if you already beat them. But in the remake 4, they throw the chainsaw lady, they throw this big guy with the big hammer, and sometimes they throw the chainsaw ladies and the big guys with the big hammers. Like it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Lots and lots of fun. I have lots of fun with the remake for Mercenaries, and funnily enough, they have a limit on how many enemies that are that you can kill. The older games, you only got a time limit, but in the remake 4, they have a limit to how many enemies you can kill. It's like 150. I managed to get to 150, and by the time you got 150, you'll definitely get an S rank. But the only complaint that I don't like with the remake for Mercenaries is that the reward is not as satisfying. You get the hand cannon in remake Resident Evil 4, but I feel like the original Resident Evil 4, but I feel like you can get the hand cannon in any other ways other than the Mercenaries in the remake 4. I feel like you get the hand cannon in a separate way. But point is, I cannot wait for Resident Evil 5 remake. I do want to see what Capcom is going for. And as for the IGN article, I do have to say it's very interesting that they disabled the replies, disabled the comments and replies. Typical. And honestly, that's I have a lot more problem with that, more so than the content of the article. Like, even if I agree with the content of the article, the fact that they chicken out and remove the comment section and disable the replies, it's just them coming inside the room, fart, and then just leave. Like, what an asshole thing to do, if you ask me. So,
Did you ever get a chance to play Resident Evil Deadly Silence, the multiplayer mode?
No, I have not played that. I have not played that one at all.
Okay, all right. So I always wanted to play it when I was younger, but I didn't know anyone else who owned the game. I'm playing.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, I think Resident Evil. Hold on, that silence. I feel like that's a an exclusively Dreamcast thing. No, not a Dreamcast. It's the DS.
DS sort. It's not really a remake of RE1. They do add a couple extra features and make some changes to Resident Evil 1, the original. But it's mostly just the same game. They also add there's like a touchscreen mode, and you can actually spoilers. You can supposedly save, Forrest, not Forrest. Richard. You can
one of the
supposedly
characters,
save
basically.
him actually, story-wise. You can actually use like CPR and save him at least for a while. Whereas he dies in the original, and then in the remake you can also save him too. For a while at least.
Yeah, so they do have some interesting gameplay updates, but aside from that, it's just a DS port, not really that much worth.
But they added a whole multiplayer mode, which I've never had a chance to play because it was multi-card only.
Yeah, that's a shame because Outbreak is basically that. That's basically what Outbreak is, a multiplayer Resident Evil. Outbreak is multiplayer Resident Evil.
Remake Outbreak, Capcom, if you're listening.
Yeah, they should remake Outbreak because Outbreak is such a cool concept. It's such a cool concept. But I think like one of the limitations for Outbreak is that the scenarios for Outbreak is basically the same. The scenarios for Outbreaks are basically the same, so you're gonna have to replay the same map over and over and over again. But even so, like it's still fun trying to. You have to treat it as a campaign from start to finish. Instead of something that you come in and replay over and over and over again. It's more of a journey, of a campaign journey between you and the other players. Like one of the things I really, really want it's very hard to set up, which is a shame. But I do want to play the PCSX2 emulator version of Outbreak. Like I want to play Outbreak with my friends, just to the games, because the game's fun, the game's awesome, and especially my brother, he's also a huge Resident Evil fan, and if I can set up Outbreak so that unfortunately it's very hard to do that, to set up the server to make sure that
it's a huge
Outbreak,
pain in the ass.
huge pain in the ass, unfortunately. But when if it's actually like successfully set up, it's super fun. It is actually super super fun, or at least it would be super fun if I can actually set up. But unfortunately, my computer expertise is not that far. So yeah, I'm gonna have to put Outbreak multiplayer in the back burner, or just Capcom remake Outbreak, for God's sake, seriously.
Yeah, and you
Remake
raise a
Outbreak.
great point about the levels. They gotta add more levels to Outbreak. At least
Sure.
add like 5 more. At least, because there's what, like 5 in the original and then 5 and 2, or maybe it's 6. I don't know, but
Yeah, five. I think there were like five five in the original that you can access, and then there's another one. There's an unlockable level. Actually four levels, and then there's an unlockable level. And it's the same with the second one. Like there are like a couple levels you can access, and then after you beat all of them, there's another level that you unlock. So yeah, they do need a lot more levels, but that's the thing with Outbreak, is the fact that the levels have their own stories and narratives, and they have to make sure that those stories and narratives are like something that the players have to go through. So it's difficult, but it is definitely doable. And Capcom, will have to see what Capcom's doing for Outbreak, for the Outbreak games. So, yeah.
That's true, because like it's one thing that they did was so awesome with Outbreak is that they did design the levels, especially with like certain characters in mind, and so it's like their stories going through it, and it's actually like, it's very well written, interwoven together. It's great. I mean, I don't know about very well written, but
Yes.
it's like, it's good. It's passable.
Yeah.
And so they would, if they make new levels, they're gonna probably have to make new characters too, which I'm fine with too if they go that route.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that's
More
perfectly
content.
fine.
More good content, please.
So yeah, Capcom, make that content.
All right, you ready to get
Can't
into
wait.
the GamerGate questions?
Sure.
All right. Sorry, give me 2 seconds here.
Mhm.
All right. Appabend, tell me about your GamerGate experience.
God, my GamerGate experience. I think it all started in. I think it all started when the first time I know GamerGate was when Angry Joe talked about it during one of his top 10 gaming controversies of 2014 video. Because I watch Angry Joe quite a lot. I still watch him to this day because I think he's done good a lot of time. He recently reviewed Suicide Squad, and I fucking love it. His review of Suicide Squad is great. But yeah, I noticed it from him, and at that time he talks about it in a very vague, in a very indirect manner. That makes you go, what the fuck are you talking about, Joe? This is the number one hoopla, the number one gaming controversy, and you don't even like talk about it in detail. You don't even talk about it in a way that makes me like, what the fuck are you talking about, Joe? So I come into that video, it's like, okay, whatever. I'll just move on and see if it goes. But that was I think was when I was in college, and then 2015 hits, and sorry, that was in high school. I was in high school at the time, so I didn't really know much. But 2015 hits, I was in college, and I was super bored in college. I don't have time. I don't have a lot of time to play games, or I do have time to play games. I do have a lot of games to play, but at that time, my PC's not very good. My laptop's not very good. It can't play the latest games and all that sorts of stuff. So I decided, you know what? I'll give this YouTube thing a try. I'm just going to make a couple of videos talking about YouTube drama, all that sort of stuff. And that's when I encountered GamerGate. I follow a bunch of people on Twitter. They talk about GamerGate, all that sort of stuff. And they talk about what they talk about on Twitter, and what how mainstream media talk about GamerGate are very radically different. And I'm finding out that the more and more I read about the whole thing, I'm siding more on the GamerGate side. And it's very funny because when these people say you have to educate yourself, because it's a very common sentiment by these SJWs. They tell me to educate myself. Well, I did educate myself, and I find out that I disagree with you even more now. So it sucks to be you, I guess. So there's that. And ever since then, like, Gamergate has been like pretty much every single time. Even when I talk about that back in 2015 and 2016, it's like, oh, Gamergate. Do we have to talk about this stuff again? It's like even back in 2016 and 2017, it's like this topic's dead. This horse is bereft of life. It has been beaten on way too much already. Can we just move on? Talk about something else? Because I feel like at that time there are bigger problems than Gamergate, and it's to the point where on streams, like every single time somebody mentioned Gamergate, I got to check it on the bingo. I was like, oh, Gamergate mentioned, and then I played the Hassan clip. It's just we talk about this all the time. We talk about this all the time because we did talk about this all the time. So it's getting more and more annoying as it progressed. But now, cut to 2024, literally a decade. Actually, not almost a decade after Gamergate, but yeah, almost a decade after Gamergate 1, we got into this hoopla. Gamergate is back again. And not only that it is back again, it's like it is actually like officially recognized as it is Gamergate 2.0.
Well, officially recognized.
So
I wouldn't say officially.
Depends on it depends on how you define officially. I mean, when an organization funded by the Homeland Security say it's Gamergate 2.0, you gotta say it's Gamergate 2.0. But yeah, so what I'm saying is now they say it that way. Now people say it that way. They recognize Gamergate again, and Gamergate is back on the mainstream movement again, back on the media again. Even normies are starting to recognize that. Even people who are not very familiar, not very into the hoopla, they know about it a lot more. And Gamergate 2.0, they do the research a lot more. Again, they educate themselves and they find out Gamergate is actually a good movement. Is actually a movement that is actually for ethics in game journalism, but it's muddled with a bunch of people, game journalists saying it's harassers. It's a movement filled with hate and bigotry and all that sorts of stuff. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, so my experience with Gamergate, like personally, it's limited to internet hooplas, internet kerfuffles, which for the most part back in 2016, 2017, 18. That's when my YouTube is like booming. And I guess you can say it's a part of my life because I talk about that all the time in my YouTube channels, in my live streams, all that sort of stuff. But at the same time, it's also not too significant for me to talk about because I am mostly focused on video games at the time. Like I play video games a lot and I focus on playing video games. Video games are things that I used to love back in the day. Nowadays, I don't play video games as much as I used to because I'm super busy with life. I got a job to do. But back in college, yeah, I play a lot of video games. So Gamergate and their issues, and when they talk about these issues and all that sort of stuff, they affected me, and because they misrepresent my hobby. They talk about my hobby. They shit talk my hobby. I gotta shit talk to them back. So that's why I got my YouTube channel. I shit talk to all these people that talk bad about my hobby. At the end of the day, it's these people, these ideologues are coming in. They want to take away my hobby. They want to misrepresent my hobby to something that they're not. And I'm using my voice to tell them, no, this hobby is a lot more than what you guys are saying. It's better than what you guys are saying. It's not what you guys are saying at all. It's a horrible mischaracterization of the hobby. So I'm coming into the whole thing just as a gamer, not as a politician, not as a political pundit, whatever the hell. I'm just a gamer, and I'm just tired of what these people are saying. So yeah, that's my Gamergate experience.
All right, and one of the things that you did during Gamergate was, I believe, 2016. Nikki Moxie, a Gamergate supporter and cosplayer, came under attack by Univision.
I remember that.
You
yes.
launched Operation Double Vision, I believe it was.
Did I? Did I launch that?
I don't know if you launched it. I'm sorry, but you promoted it at least. I don't know if it was your idea.
Yeah, I promoted it, but I didn't launch it.
Okay.
But it is one of the things that I did encourage people to do at the time. I don't encourage people to do stuff nowadays aside from the usual, which is vote with your wallet and buy the games that you want to buy because you get the industry that you deserve. But aside from that, no, I don't really contribute much. But yeah, that was a very interesting experience back in the day. Like I feel like there's a lot of injustice in that department because Palmer Luckey, the guy that the Oculus developer at the time, he got a lot of flack for, in my opinion, very, very stupid reasons. And because of that, I feel like I need to speak up and say, hey, don't don't do this. I feel like this backlash is completely unnecessary and it's detrimental to him and also Nikki Moxie as well. So, I mean, it's been a while since that hoopla. I just forgot a bunch of stuff that happened, but I do remember that. I do remember that Parma Lucky is not doing very well at that time. Got a lot of unfair backlash, and I talk about that unfair backlash. I feel like that's the extent that I remember of that whole controversy, or whatever the hell that happened there. So
So are you completely done with any sort of like activism or trying to encourage your followers to try and use that to build a positive change in any way?
yeah, pretty much, yeah. I am done with all that sorts of activism. I didn't even realize that I did that. I didn't even realize that I did that. I mostly like suggested people. I was like, yeah, this is something that you can do. Here's something that you can do. I showed how you can do it. But I mostly just, at the end of the day, like it's a very simple thing. I'm coming in this whole controversy as a gamer because I do play video games. I have a lot of experience playing video games back then. Not as much now, but back then I used to play video games a lot. And I come into the whole controversy as a gamer. And I feel like as a gamer, and Parmalaki is the developer of Oculus, he is a gamer as well. He developed gaming peripherals. And I feel like what happened to him is an injustice. And that's why I talk about it. And that's why I encourage people to do that sort of stuff. But would I do that to something else? Would I do that to any other movements, or especially like what happened recently? Would I do that to as well? Like, not really, unless if you count me saying don't buy these games from Sweet Baby or don't buy these games from this company, and unless we count that as activism, in which case, yeah, I guess I'm doing more activism, which is to inform the consumers to not buy the games that they shouldn't buy. But aside from that, not really. My advice is just because I don't want to be seen as an activist. I'm just me. I'm just me doing my own thing, and my personal what I want people to do. What I think the ideas that I need to share to people is they need to make an informed decision, and I feel like I can give them that information before they made the purchasing decision that they made. And one of those purchasing decision is to not spend money on these big AAA companies. And thankfully, since the big AAA companies are collapsing, most people are starting to wise up on that. So, well, it works at least in some extent. So yeah.
All right. Now, you said that you watched Angry Joe's video about the 2014 controversies. Did
Yes.
did you get involved with GamerGate in 2014 or in 2015? And what made you want to get involved? Why did you get involved?
I did not get involved in Gamergate back in 2014 because I have no idea what it is. Angry Joe delivered it in the most vague statement possible, in the most like vague, indirect statements. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Joe? He doesn't show anything. He doesn't talk about it directly. He talks about it in a very wishy-washy sorts of like ways. Like, Joe, what the fuck are you talking about? So at that point, like, okay, I'll take your word for it. It's a controversy in 2014. Whatever. I'll just move on to the next year. So at that point, I'm not really that interested. But what I am interested with is when 2015, I think it was 2015. The reason why I was interested in Gamergate at that time is I think it's because a lot of the portrayals of the characterizations of gamers, I think it was back when Anita Sarkeesian was getting more popular. And the ideas that she espoused are, in my opinion, like straight up wrong. Just the ideas that she made are just wrong and incorrect. A lot of misinformation, a lot of just mischaracterization of what gamers really are and what gamers are doing. And I feel like it's coming in from an ideological lens, from an ideological push, which is why I talk about the Anita Sarkeesian video. That's why I talk about a bunch of Anita Sarkeesian videos actually. And reason is because she said a lot of things that are wrong about gaming, and not just her, but a lot of game journals as well. They say a lot of things that are wrong about gaming, and that's when I opened my eyes. I'm like, wow, why are these game journalists? Why are they making these dumbass articles? Why are they making these articles that misrepresent gamers, misrepresent games, misrepresent me as a gamer? They talk about it in a way that that does not constitute to what I believe in, what's the reality is. That's when I get into Gamergate. I think it was in 2015, 2016. That's when I found out what it is. And I'm like, whoa, now I know what it is all about. Now I can see why game journals are absolutely like, now I can see where they're coming from. I can see why people are criticizing the game journals, because they deserve to get criticized. They do need to get criticized because a lot of their work has been garbage as of late. So in that regard, I got into Gamergate. I think it was in 2015, 2016. That's also when my YouTube stuff was booming and getting more popular. Although ironically, the reason why it got popular is not because of the Gamergate video, but it's because I was making a video about Chris Stuckman when he was talking about his Batman fanfiction. That's the reason why it got popular, which I find very absurd, and I still don't understand why. But regardless, yeah, that's the reason why I got to Gamergate, is because game journals and people like Aditya Sarkeesian and ideologues like Aditya Sarkeesian, they say the dumbest shit. They say the dumbest stuff. They say incorrect, malicious misinformation about video games. And I feel like as a gamer, I need to talk about it and I need to talk it up. That's why I made the channel and I just talk about stuff other than that. But at the time, it's mostly that. So, yeah.
Can you define what Gamergate was?
Gamergate? I feel like Gamergate is an activism movement. Is an activist. It started off as a hashtag. It started off as a hashtag by Alec Baldwin.
Adam Baldwin.
Wait, Alec Baldwin. Adam Baldwin. The different Baldwin.
There's three Baldwins. It started by Adam.
Yeah, so I get Adam Baldwin. Adam Baldwin. At that time, it's funny enough because at the time I wasn't really familiar with Adam Baldwin's work, and then I watched a lot of Chuck, and that's when I got more familiar with him because he was in there a lot. But yeah. Anyways, it started off with the hashtag, and that hashtag was pretty much the defining moment of Gamergate that started it all. And to me, in my opinion, to what I see, Gamergate is, at the end of the day, it's calling for ethics in game journalism. That's what it is. It demands some ethical standards. It demands some standards in general, not just ethical, but just like standards in general towards game journalism, towards games, video games, the coverage of video games, some standards to how they're going to cover video games. And because of that, I feel like one of the things that, in my opinion, Gamergate did really well was the fact that these game journals actually disclose their stuff right now, that they actually disclose if they work on their games or if they got sent a review copy. Although it's not really because of Gamergate. It's mostly, or it's one of the factors is Gamergate, but it's mostly because of the FTC.
Well, that was they don't Gamergate, like it. Actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was Gamergate. Gamergate encouraged the FTC, and FTC is like decided the idea is like, yeah, I think companies and game journals should disclose that they are working on the games and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it is definitely on part Gamergate. So yeah, regardless, to me at least, it's a consumer advocacy movement. Is a consumer advocacy movement towards more ethical standards in game journalism. I feel like that's the best way to put it. In my eyes, that's what it is. And a lot of people that mischaracterize Gamergate as a harassment movement, or it's a misogynistic movement, or it's a movement to drive women out of gaming. And I'm like, I feel like that's not what gamers are. Like that, I don't understand why would gamers as a whole just band together and be like, we hate women, we hate minorities, we hate LGBT people. It's like, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Like, there has to be, it does not compute to me. Gamers that I have seen, they are perfectly fine with women. They are perfectly fine with minorities. They are perfectly fine with LGBT people. I mean, yeah, there are lots and lots of LGBT slurs being thrown around, but it's not because of gamers. It's just the internet culture at the time was different. It's not a gamer culture thing. It's at the time a different culture thing. I mean, for God's sake, like, I don't recall Katy Perry being a gamer, and one of her biggest songs is like, "You're so gay." And like, at the time, that was acceptable, but it's not a gamer thing. It was a cultural thing back in the day to call people, to call others gay, or to call others bitches or something. Actually, we still call people bitches nowadays, but it's not as, back in the day, there are so much stuff that are more acceptable than it was in current years. So So yeah, I don't believe that gamers are gonna band together in this GamerGate movement to bash in on minorities and kick women out of gaming. I always make that joke. It's like gamers are not gonna come in and kick women out of gaming because women are beneficial to gaming. Like the fact that we got more and more women to play video games and got our interests and our hobbies, that's cool. That's absolutely fine. The fact that we got more and more minorities to come in our hobby, more LGBT players to come in our hobbies, that's cool. That is absolutely amazing. I am glad that more and more people are enjoying our games, but it has to be a natural thing. It has to be something that they are genuinely passionate about. I do not mind people, women, minorities, LGBT, that are genuinely passionate towards gaming. And there are lots and lots of people that I consider like they are actually passionate about gaming. They talk about gaming and they are passionate about that hobby. Like, say what you want about Angry Joe. Like, at least I know for a fact that he is very passionate about gaming and he knows what he's talking about in regards to gaming. And that's what I think. I follow those people because they keep their passion in gaming and I love gaming. That's one of the things that I'm passionate about or used to be passionate about. But yeah, and Gamergate, to characterize Gamergate as a misogynistic harassing movement, I feel like that's not accurate to the reality that I live in. to quote Cenk when he said to Hassan, like, that's not reality. That's not reality that I live in. You're not living in reality. You're totally detached from reality. So yeah, Gamergate, I feel like it's a consumer advocacy movement, and I feel like the characterization towards Gamergate that journalists give is inaccurate and misrepresentative. Very, very misrepresentative to the actual reality of the situation. So yeah.
All right. I know you said that this is somewhat in flux, or rather that it's not
Mm,
your main focus now, but do you still consider
mm.
yourself a gamer, and what does that mean to you?
I do still consider myself a gamer, and I do still consider myself a gamer. And the reason is because gaming is as a hobby is something that I am very, very knowledgeable about. I am still passionate about that. Heck, granted, I don't play the games nowadays because I'm way too busy with life nowadays. But I do watch other people play games, and because I watch those people play games, like I already play so many games at that point. At this point, I play so many games from all sorts of genres. The mechanics don't really change that much, or the mechanisms, the game mechanics don't really change that much. How the gameplay works, they don't really change that much from back in the day to now. Like, there are some differences, but I get the gist of it. So when I watch somebody else watch the gameplay, watch the video, when I watch somebody else play the game, I instantly understand how the game works. Like, oh, this is how the game works. This is how the UI goes. This is where this goes. This is where that goes. Uh, so while I consume games differently than a lot of other people, I still understand the essence of it, and I still understand what gaming really is. So yeah, I still consider myself a gamer. I just nowadays, because I am real life, because I got real life, and I got real life and jobs and so much stuff that just basic, and also of course my YouTube content as well that I upload pretty much almost every day at this point. Actually every day, because I schedule like new shorts every day at this point. So it's a busy schedule, and because of that I don't have time to play games. But the knowledge that I got from games, I am still able to gather a lot of the knowledge from online, from the internet, all that sorts of stuff. I'm passionate about gaming lore, even though a lot of game lores, even though I've never played the game, but I still love Silent Hill 2. I know about the game. I watch the cutscenes on YouTube, even though it's not the best way to play Silent Hill 2. I played Silent Hill 2 actually, but I've never actually finished it. But I did watch somebody else play through to it. It's like all the way to the end. It's like, yeah, it's such an amazing game. I can totally understand why so many people are into that. But yeah, I still consider myself a gamer, even though my hobbies and actual passion, the things that I do in life, are somewhere else. But I am still a gamer, and I do play games occasionally. It's not that I never play games at all. I still play games occasionally. Recently, I played Lies of P, not Life of Pi. Why do I always confuse Life of Pi and Lies of P? Because it's structured very similarly. But yeah, Lies of P, great game. I absolutely love it. I'm only like in the very, very beginning parts of the areas, but so far I've been loving that game. And I do want to play it further again, just real time. So yeah, I still consider myself a gamer despite the circumstances of of my real life. So yeah.
And is that term a gendered term for you?
No, hell no. It is not a gender term at all. Straight up. Anybody can be a gamer. Anybody can be a gamer. It doesn't matter if you're white, if you're black, if you're Asian, if you're Hispanic, if you're Puerto Rican, all that sorts of stuff. It doesn't matter if you're straight, gay, LGBT, part of the LGBT, straight, gay, trans, lesbian, bisexual. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman or a goddamn freaking alien. If you play video games, if you're passionate about the hobby, in my opinion, you're a gamer. So, yeah.
On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications, 10 competing outlets all published articles on the same day. These 10 articles were followed by
I
9
know.
additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, which some saw as calling for an end to the gamer identity. What did you think of these articles?
I find that very funny. Those articles, I've read a bunch of those articles. Like, those articles are funny. Those articles are very funny. Like, you seriously think that these game journalists coming in together and joining together, we're gonna kill the gamer identity. And it's funny not just because it was funny at the time, but it was also funny in retrospect. Like, gaming is now a more popular hobby than it was before. And before, it was already a very popular hobby. Now it's getting bigger and bigger, and more people are coming into the hobby. More and more people are joining in the hobby and playing video games right now. So these game journals, it just shows how insignificant they are in the grand scheme of things. That they come in, that they think that a bunch of articles that they wrote are gonna kill the gamer identity. It's absolutely laughable. It's absolutely hilarious to think that these people have any sorts of power in the industry that decided to kill the gamer identity. Oh, sure, they can influence game companies to make games so that they're not as controversial or not as offensive and all that sort of stuff, because they're ideologues. They're gonna do that. But to kill the gamer identity, come on. Like, it's funny back in the day. I find that hilarious because, again, they got no power over here. And it's also funny now, especially in retrospect. Like, these people, like, they're trying to kill the gaming identity. Seriously? Come the hell on, y'all. Yeah, so I just find that funny. It's so stupid.
Why do you think they wrote these articles?
Why do I think they wrote this articles? They wrote this article in the response to the GamerGate backlash, and the GamerGate backlash. They wrote this article in response to the GamerGate backlash, and the GamerGate backlash is the GamerGate backlash is towards calling out unethical practices between Zoe Quinn, the developer of Depression, whatever. I forgot the game.
Depression Quest.
There we go. Depression Quest. Yeah, it's in response to the backlash of the game that she made and how she's sleeping with a bunch of other developers, like, which is I don't really care about all that. I just do find it very funny that game journalists are coming in and just decide to kill the gamer identity back in the day, and I just find that laughable. Like, their motivation to kill the gamer identity is because of a scandal, of a gaming scandal that a bunch of people covered up. A bunch of people uncover, and instead of addressing that scandal directly, they decided gamers are bad, gamers are dead. We should just end the gamer identity, all that sort of stuff. Again, I find these articles hilarious because it implies that they have the power to kill the gamer identity, or that people are going to think that their opinion is so significant. It's like, oh shit, the game journalists say gamers are dead, so we might as well just kill ourselves. Like, it's stupid. It is such a stupid article coming from a stupid drama, a stupid hoopla that kickstarted this whole stupid movement. But it is a necessary movement. And it all started with game journal stupidity. So yeah, on you, game journals. It's on you.
If the games press tried to reform, or even just ignored ethical questions instead of publishing the Gamers Are Dead articles, do you think this still would have blown up into a massive controversy?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If the games press tried to reform, or even just ignored ethical questions instead of publishing the Gamers Are Dead articles, do you think this still would have blown up into a massive controversy?
So if they decided to reform and to apologize, so basically instead of saying gamers are dead, instead of retaliating, they're going to be like, hey, We made a mistake. We screwed up. Apologize. We're just gonna do better.
Yeah.
I feel like if that happens, yeah, it won't be as big of a controversy. It's gonna be something that people are gonna be like, okay, whatever. They apologize. We're just gonna move on with our lives. Hopefully, we'll see them do better. The problem is they decided to double down, and they doubled down and keep on doubling down, and they did not do better. In fact, they become worse. They become worse. It's to the point where even normies recognize that game journalists are insignificant to the industry. I was shocked when I was watching an Austin Evans video because he's mostly talking about tech, right? And one of the members in his team said something along the lines of, game journalists play better than you. And everybody on the room is like, whoa. Oh, it's like they think it's like that is such a huge roast, and that is the reputation that they got right now. They made the reputation that they are right now because of the amount of stupidity and the incompetence that they have been doing this whole year, this whole decades of just nothing but garbage articles, garbage gameplay, just garbage in general. And they decided to double down and keep on doubling down on the garbage. And somehow they still stand strong even to this day. Well, for the most part. For the most part. We do have Gawker just crumbling down and decided to off themselves.
Are they as strong as they were? Because I know a lot of people say that part of the reason that this second Gamergate, if people want to call it that, I guess, that it's blown up is because they're so weak. Because a lot of the sites don't have the prestige they once did, and because alternative media, YouTubers, streamers, people like that have basically replaced them for most gamers.
Yeah, it's to the point where there are a lot of YouTubers that I watch that are game reviewers that got the early copies of these games. So at that point, why even go to these game publications when YouTubers, they have a lot more authentic mindset, they have a lot more authentic viewpoints. Even if you disagree with them, like there are a lot of takes that say Actman or G-Man Lives or Skill Up. There are takes to them that I don't agree with, but at the very least, they come from a perspective of somebody who play video games and actually are actual gamers. Whereas if you go to IGN or if you go to GameSpot, are they really from a perspective of an actual gamer or from perspective of people that actually play games or know what they're talking about? And I feel like that's the biggest problem with a lot of these game publications is that there's not a lot of personal touch in what they were and what they're doing. And that's when the YouTubers come in and basically just replace them because they got a lot more personal touch with how they're talking about video games and why they're talking about video games. And I'd argue that they are definitely in weaker compared to the original back in the GamerGate days, because back in the day, well, YouTube game reviewers are still a thing. The press just don't really care about them that much. I mean, someone like Angry Joe, he can still get interviews. Like back in the day, I think when E3 was still a thing, he was able to gain interviews with a lot of game developers and publishers, and he was able to like interview them live and talk about them and chat with them. And actually, I still remember that one of the developers like actually know Angry Joe, and I was like, oh shit, that's very funny. So back in the day, YouTubers just do not have that amount of power to cover video games. But now it's everywhere. Like influencers, like game companies, they recognize the influencer power. When game companies decide to use VTubers as a way to promote their games, like that game journalists, that they have no relevance to the space anymore. But somehow they are still standing. Which is crazy. They're still standing. But I feel like with games, with game publications like IGN, I do occasionally visit IGN, but because they actually make really good walkthroughs. So yeah, kudos to you, IGN. You make good walkthroughs. So I'll give you that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah. They do make content other than the typical gamers are dead bullshit stuff, and those content are actually like serve the games. They actually serve. They actually are gaming related, and they talk about the game. So at least one thing that I do give credit with game journals right now is that they at least focus on the games, which is more than I can say back in the day. Like they just keep on attacking gamers, and it's like maybe they realize that it's a pointless business endeavor to just keep on attacking games. So that's why they don't make these like incendiary articles as much anymore. So now they just make gaming focused content. And even though IGN recently did make that stupid ass article, but for the most part, they still do video game stuff. So yeah, I feel like in terms of power, game journals right now they don't have as much power back in the day, but they still have that power, and some game companies still do take them seriously, especially the ones that still have that boomer mindset of like, yeah, maybe these game websites are the ones that have their opinions matter, not these gamers and YouTubers, all that sort of stuff. But it is changing, and in fact, it has changed, and in my opinion, for the better. So yeah, I feel like it's a good paradigm shift.
You say that they keep doubling down. A lot of the people I
Mm.
talked with, they say, this wouldn't really have been that massive a scandal. I mean, it was a scandal, sure, with the ethical violations, but if they would have just owned up to them and tried to do better in the future, then like most people would have probably moved on. Almost everybody says this, but
Yeah,
the games press didn't go that route. Why didn't it go that route? It seems like the easy thing to do, rather than start like a
because
prolonged war for like years with the gamers.
yeah, true. Well, if you ask me, it's basically the reason. If you ask me personally, the reason why I think they decided to double down instead of admitting to their mistakes and be try to be better next time is because doing the latter requires a lot of requires a lot. It requires a lot from a person, and I feel like that is not something that game journalists are ready to do, when they perceive especially when they perceive that the attack from the gamers are towards their character, not what they do, but their character, as in that them as a person, them as a minority, them as a woman, or them as a guy, or them as a black guy, or a Hispanic, or whatever, like the them as a minority. When they perceive a lot of these gamers criticisms, especially the ones that criticize diversity, as a gender thing or as a racial thing, of course they're going to double down because it's something that they cannot change. It's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? What makes you think that you can criticize me for being a woman, or me for being a non-white person, or me for being LGBT? I feel like because they got that perception from the gamers, that's why they doubled down, because they think that gamers are attacking them personally, when in reality that's not what happened. Gamers are attacking them not in a personal manner, but more like in the ethical business that matters. But the problem is, conversations like this has a lot of nuance, and it's the kind of nuance that are missing from these game journalists. They don't understand the nuance of the conversation. They don't understand the complexity of the situation, because it was a complex situation. The scandal was, it took a long time for people to explain. I mean, I didn't get that early on. I didn't get that early on. I was a teenager back in the day. So there should be a simple way to explain the whole situation to me and to a lot of people who don't know what the hell is going on. And because these game developers and journalists don't get the nuance of the conversation, they think that it's a personal attack to them. And because of that, that's why they double to their gender. And that's why they double down. Instead of addressing the criticism, instead of addressing what it is. I'm pretty sure they know what the criticisms are. I feel like that they know what the criticisms are, but they don't want to change that. They instead want to attack the gamers instead. They double down. For one, they think that it's personal attack. And two, they don't want to change. And three, apologizing and owning up to the mistake requires a lot. A lot of mental fortitude that these game journalists do not have. So I feel like that's the reason why. Those are reasons why they doubled down, in my opinion.
All right, Appa, we still have some ways to go, but we're almost at the 2 hour mark and we just finished the Gamers Are Dead section. Do you need a break or are
Sure.
we good? I'm good. It's up to
Nah,
you.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
What did you think about games journalism in 2014 and what do you think of it now?
not much change. Not much has changed, if you ask me. Not much has changed at all from 2014, back to 2014 and right now. Like, I feel like the changes that I feel there are some changes here and there, but it's not significant to the point where I can like pinpoint to that particular changes. Like, yeah, that's happened, but aside from that, game journalism is still mostly the same. Like, they're still attacking gamers. They're still not siding with the gamers in a lot of these issues. And I feel like a lot of the stuff that they do are very industry heavy, industry focused, and all that sort of stuff. And I feel like that's one of the things that game journalists should that game journals and game publications should recognize, is the fact that actually they do recognize that, probably, and they don't recognize the fact that they haven't changed that much and they don't really contribute that much. I don't know if they're doing well business wise. I mean, maybe they are doing well business wise, maybe they aren't. That's up to the financials to cover that. But personally speaking, I feel like there's not much has changed between 2014 and and right now and current year. And honestly, that's for the worse. I feel like there should be a lot of stuff that needs to be changed between 2014 and right now. And the stuff that did change don't really make a huge significant. So yeah.
Well, that's the next question, I guess. What kind of reforms would you have liked to have seen happen?
First off, for game publications, I feel like one that is necessary to be reformed is for a game publication to be gamer oriented, to have the perspectives of a gamer, not from the perspectives of people who, for ideologues, for one. I'm seeing that changing. Granted, I do see that change. I do see, like, I saw a couple of IGN and GameSpot videos, and the people that talk about these games, they do come from genuine passion towards video games. But I feel like the biggest problem with GameSpot and IGN and all these publications is that they don't have a defining personality. They don't have somebody that represents them and their company as a singular person, a singular entity. The Escapists had Yahtzee before they decided to boot him off, and Yahtzee and the others decided to make Second Win, which has been infinitely
Well, they didn't
more and more successful.
Yahtzee, right? So they booted somebody else,
Yeah.
and Yahtzee left. And
Yeah, they
protested.
booted somebody else, and Yahtzee decides to quit. So yeah, and essentially they don't have him anymore. Point is, they don't have him anymore, and because of that, I feel like game publications, they have a very big disconnect between them and the gamers. Is that they are very corporatized in a sense. They do not have a specific personality or a specific person that they can latch on to. It's like, hey, this person is our company. They speak for this company. And because of that lack of connection between the game publications and the gamers, that's why you got all these big game publications that they make these stupid articles. They talk about all sorts of dumb stuff because they don't have that connection with the gamers, because they are very corporatized. And I feel like that's one of the things that should be done less. It's the less corporatization of game journals. But unfortunately, their business requires a lot of money and a lot of money to operate, a lot of money to pay writers. So in a sense, they have to also change their business model as well. But I would say that if they are actually failing, but I don't know if they are actually failing or not. And maybe if you look at the stats, maybe they are failing, maybe they are not. If you look at the stocks, maybe I don't know. But regardless, I feel like from the game journal side and from the gamer side, they need to have a better connection between the gamers and the game journals, because right now they feel very corporate. They feel like a corporate entity that gamers they don't want to get into that corporate entity. That's why they make fun of IGN, because IGN is in its entirety IGN. It's a corporate entity, not a personality, not a person that they can latch on to, not a group of actually passionate gamers that like talk about video games and such. So yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask a follow up, but you can finish your point. Sorry.
Yeah. So point is, I feel like game journalists need to reform in their connection of gamers. Like, that's my point. Whether it be reform to the writers or whatever, just basically they need to have a better connection with the gamers. That's my general point.
So like for the more corporate outlets, I guess they're almost all most of them are corporate outlets, but I can see that. But what about like the case that like Polygon would make, or maybe Kotaku, and they would say that like we have a connection with progressive gamers or the woke gaming audience, and like they want to cater to that specific
Mm.
group of people and not other
Mhm.
gamers. Like, isn't that them in a sense like trying to target one sub demographic of the gamer community and focus their efforts on them?
That is also one thing that I want to change from these big game publications. In that, I don't want them to apply to appeal to a very specific demographic. And yeah, they do only a lot of these game publications. They only appeal to progressives. They only appeal to the left side of the political spectrum. It's very rare to see these game publications be like, "Hey, let's appeal to the right wingers," because most of the people that run these game publications, um, they are not right wingers. Most of them are leftists, or at least pretend to be leftists. I feel like there are some people in game companies or game publications. They're like they have to appear progressive, even though in real life they're actually not. They're actually conservatives. I feel like there are a lot of cases that are like that. But yeah, but in that regard, it's not a game journalism thing. It's not a game journal thing. It's more of a cultural issue that is extended more than just than game journalists and game corporations, because a lot of stuff that happened in the entertainment industry, not just gaming, is that it's very left. It's very left leaning. Big publications are very left leaning. A lot of major game publications are very left leaning, and I feel like that's one of the biggest issues with the entertainment media is that most people that are into entertainment are leftist. Like I barely heard of like a right wing publication that say, "Hey, we love movies, we love video games, we love anime, all that sorts of stuff." I have not heard of that from the right wingers, but I have heard of that a lot from the left wingers. Whether or not
There
that's
were
true,
some attempts like Reaction or something like they tried to make a conservative gaming site and it didn't work. Well, it wasn't conservative. It was like Red Pill or something. I don't know.
yeah,
But
yeah, that's yeah. I got what you're saying, but that's what I'm saying. It's that most people that are into these hobbies, like entertainment media, whether it be movies or video games or all that sort of stuff, are mostly leftist, are mostly leaning left. It's very rare for like right wingers or right wingers. I say rare, but more like it's unusual for right wingers to got into that hobby. Mostly because back in the day, the right wingers are the ones like calling games like products of Satan or whatever, or games are satanic or demonic, or games will turn you into mass murderers. Because that's the common like right wing point of view back in the day, and I feel like because of that, right wingers they just don't touch games, and they also don't touch movies for that matter.
well, I don't
And
know if
because of
that's.
that,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So that's what I feel. At least I feel like that's why they don't touch these sorts of areas. That's why there are a lot more progressive. There are a lot more leftists in the gaming industry, and that's why there are a lot more leftists in the film industry as well. There are a lot more people who are leaning left on that because they're the ones that are actually making progress. They are progressives. They make progress to that particular medium and that particular hobby. They make innovation. They write stuff. They make good games. They make good stuff. All that sort of stuff. Actually, not really, but yeah. Point is, they at least they progress the medium. Whereas right wingers, they want the medium to stay the same. They want the medium to be just traditional as it is, which is not bad. I do agree that there are some value to it, but the fact that they are unwilling to join in the medium as it is right now is also a major concern. That's why a lot of game developers and companies are like left wingers. Point is, game journals appealing to progressives and appealing to left wingers is not really because they themselves are left wingers and left wingers are more like, I feel like there's a bigger cultural issue at play here in why they decided to appeal to left wingers and progressives and leftists instead of appealing to right wingers and conservatives. There's a bigger cultural issue at play than just them deciding only to appeal to a specific demographic. I do want them to appeal to others, but again, that requires them to be able to understand the other viewpoint, which is something not that they have difficulties doing. So yeah, in my opinion, it's a bigger cultural issue at hand. So yeah.
When you say conservatives don't touch games or movies, are you talking about only the creative side, like making them, or do you mean consuming them too?
Both, actually. I feel like on both areas they do not do that as much as, or at least not as much as the leftists. In comparison to leftists, I do believe that that there are a lot of conservatives that touch games, that play games and watch movies and all that sorts of stuff. But compared to people that lean left, it's not as much, or at least in my perspective, it's not as much. And again, I feel like the reason is because a lot of games they progress. A lot of games progress. A lot of movies they tackle stuff that are more and more, I guess, progressive in that area. Even the good ones. And I guess the right wingers don't like that. And I feel like the best way to illustrate this, or like I can tell you for a fact that there are more left wingers that are into anime than right wingers. That is straight up
Like we have
an undeniability.
Like how do you know?
That is straight up an undeniability. Like maybe
Like I don't doubt that it's true, but like how can you be so certain?
I'm certain because I have never heard of a conservative anime fan. Sorry, I've heard of a conservative anime fan, but I've never heard of them as much as a leftist, a liberal anime fan. I've heard a lot more anime fans that are leaning left than I have heard of anime fans that are leaning right. It's, in my opinion, like there are lots of them for sure, but like the majority demographic of anime fans are mostly, I think, liberals, because the way anime is, a lot of animes are made and the stories that they tackle to, I don't feel like the product appeals to conservatives. I don't feel like a lot of the products that they made appeal to conservatives. I think the same goes with movies and video games. I feel like a lot of the products that they made, both now and back in the day, like 80s, 90s, like back in the decades prior, they don't appeal to conservatives as much. I mean, most conservatives, they look at games, they look at movies, they look at anime and be like, these are demonic.
Because I feel like everybody watches movies.
Yes. Yeah, I do feel that everybody, yeah. I do agree with movie. Everybody do watch movies, but I feel like, in my opinion, there are more leftists, more people who watch movies from the left than it is on the right. I feel like conservatives have other better things to do that appeal to them more than watching movies.
Well, if you ask me, there are conservatives like Matt Walsh, right, who think that video games are like a waste of time. They're for kids.
Yes,
but I don't think that's like most conservatives. I don't think, like, if you took like your average person off the street who was conservative and like asked them, do you think video games are bad and people shouldn't play them, they'd probably be like, no, what are you talking about? I play games, or my kid plays games, or my wife plays games, or my husband plays games, or whatever the fuck.
Yes, that's true. What I'm saying is, I feel like I should define that. I'm not saying there are lots and lots of people play games. Everybody play video games. Everybody play movies. Everybody watch anime. What I'm saying is, in terms of the passion towards the hobby, I feel like there are more leftists than conservatives. In all hobbies, there are more people who are passionate about the hobbies that are in the liberal side than in the conservative side.
Do you think that's mostly age, though? Because young people tend to be more liberal or left-leaning?
That could be a factor. Yes, that definitely could be a factor. In which case, that could be a factor. In which case, that just answers the questions. Like, there's a reason why most people who are passionate about video games are leftists. Are people who are leaning left.
Well, not left,
because.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, people really live left. So yeah. So what I'm saying is, I do feel like the hobby, in terms of the cultural shift as a whole, like. Right wingers, they're just not as passionate towards the hobby as left wingers compared conservative. I don't feel the conservative passion towards the hobby compared to liberal passion, the liberal passion towards the hobby. Like, like people like Matt Walsh is one example, but like I've never heard of someone like Ben Shapiro Like for example, like actually talk about how much he loves movies or how much he loves. He's not
Well,
definitely not a
hang
gamer.
on.
He's
I want to
definitely not a gamer.
I want to say something in defense of the conservatives for a second, because like, look,
Sure.
obviously there's like the old school conservatives who hold the video games bad viewpoint, but
Yes.
there are some conservatives who supported GamerGate, like Game Diviner, and he wasn't like a
Yes.
he's not like a shill who's like, oh, I'm gonna inject my politics into this, like Milo or somebody like that. No, like he's a conservative. He loves video games. He's very passionate about it. A lot of other conservatives too, Hasio, Ash Gow, who I interviewed, like there are
Yeah,
people
I
there,
do believe.
yeah,
Yeah,
who
yes,
are
yes, I do believe that there are. I do believe that there are conservatives that actually support the gamers, that actually support their cause and want to support whatever support the GamerGate cause. Like I think like for somebody like Christina Hoff Summers, I feel like she comes in with actual genuine passion, with actual ingenuity. She's genuine. Like that's what I'm saying. To actually help the gamers and all that sort of stuff. And there are lots of people in the Gamergate side and from the conservative side that actually want to help the cause and help the industry. And they are not necessarily gamers. They're somebody who are familiar with video games, but they're not necessarily gamers. Heck, I think Christina Hoff Summers said something along the lines of, "I don't play video games unless if the games are like Downton Abbey," because she's very into Downton Abbey. So in that regard, so yeah, so she doesn't play video games, but she does watch TV shows. So she does watch TV shows, and she can relate to the cause that gamers are having right now. But what I'm saying is, those people that supported conservatives, they're not into the fandom. They are not into the fandom, the passion towards video games as much as a lot of other people,
I
a lot
don't
of
know if
the
that's true either, but maybe it's because like I live in America, and so like I'll have conservative coworkers who are like,
mhm.
"Oh yeah, I'm gonna go play Fortnite tonight. You want to join me?" Um, and so like it's just
No,
maybe it's a cultural
yes.
difference compared to
Okay,
Indonesia.
I think I need to define. I think I need to define what I meant by said when I said that. When I meant fandom, I meant like actually like going into the forum and actually go to social media talk about those hobbies in particular. I feel like most people that talk about those hobbies in social media are left leaning. I've rarely seen conservatives like go into a social media and like passionately talk about the games that they talk about. Like there are a couple here and there, but for the most part that I'm seeing, the people that participate in like those fandoms are left leaning. Like you can definitely have people like say they play Fortnite and casually be like, hey, can we play Fortnite? And we're gonna play Fortnite. It's like, sure, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, do those people like actually go to social media, be like, hey, I play Fortnite with this guy? Or do they actually go to the latest updates of Fortnite? It's like, hey, this is the Fortnite update, or hey, this character over here is the new Fortnite character, or something like this. Like, I feel like those kinds of passions I see mostly on leftists, whereas on liberals and left leaning people, whereas right leaning people, they are only casually, at best, they are only casually enjoying the hobby, and at worst, Matt Walsh. So there's that.
I'm pushing back because like I don't know if it's, and you might be right. Like I know if you go to like conventions in the United States at least, cons they are a
Mhm.
more liberal or left wing
That's yeah,
demographic.
yeah, and
Forums too. I
also
think gaming forums, like most of them are more like liberal as well. But like I don't. I do think there are a lot of conservatives who are passionate about games too, and I just want to make sure that like they're
I do
not.
believe that as
And
well.
you believe that as well, yeah.
I do believe that as well. I
So
do believe that as well. It's not an impossibility. I do believe that there are conservatives that are passionate about gaming. I just don't feel like their passion is not as much as liberals' passion towards gaming. I
okay,
feel like liberals are way more passionate about gaming than conservatives. I think didn't Gamergate had that political compass test, and they found out that there are more Gamergate liberals than there are conservatives.
so
If I recall correctly,
yeah, well,
that
there's
actually
better
happened.
data than yeah. There is that survey. There might have been a second one too, like that. But Brad Glasgow and Chris Ferguson also did a study of Gamergate people. It's actually peer reviewed and published in a journal. Um,
Okay.
yeah, a study of Gamergate people, and found that they were mostly center leftish as well. So like
Well, there
yeah,
you go.
yeah. I
Well,
don't.
well, there you go. That's
Yeah, I just don't know because I know that a lot of conservatives I know a lot of conservatives who would consider themselves fans, and like maybe like the average conservative, what
No
that means to
doubt.
be a fan, what that means to be a fan might manifest in different ways,
No
right?
doubt.
Than
Yeah,
it would for
no
a liberal
doubt.
person.
No doubt. No doubt. But yeah, sure. I have no doubts that there are conservatives that are huge fans of video games. I have no doubts about that. What I do have doubts with is whether those same conservatives like actually participate in the fandoms of the hobby that they are in, because I rarely see that. When I mean by participate in the fandom is they actually go to the forums, or they talk on Twitter, or they go to any social media and talk about the hobbies that they love, and they like admittedly they like admit to be a conservative, because I rarely see that. Although it could be because it could be because we don't really see that in game conversations. When you look at people talk about video games, you see them talk video games, but you only see their perspective in a video game sense. You don't see the perspective in a political sense. But lately, from what I've been seeing, like most of the people that I see that talk about video games, they are very, at least center left. At least they support progressive ideals in one way or the other, and they are actually passionate gamers. I think my metric to be what I consider like a real fan is that they not just they spend a lot of money in the hobbies as well, but they even go so far as to talk about it in social media. That's what I'm not seeing. And it could be because conservatives, they just don't participate in social media that often, which is understandable. I get it. Social media is trash. But also at the same time, that's the reason why I'm seeing a lot of leftist in conservative. Sorry, left-leaning people in social media that participate in the fandom, because they're the ones that are more active in social media, which is why I got I got this distorted view that maybe there are more left-leaning people that are passionate about hobby than there are conservatives. I could be wrong. Maybe in the real world, there are more conservatives that are passionate about the hobby compared to liberals. It could be. It is a possibility. They
Well,
just don't go to social media that often,
is it
which is
possible?
I.
Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like it is a possibility because
Well, I was going to
we
ask if
don't
it's
know.
possible for something else. If it's possible that there are probably because I think the young thing, plus it's like artistic works are probably going to like generally attract a slightly more liberal audience in general.
Uh-huh.
Plus some conservatives have spent decades demonizing games. So like there's
Yes.
multiple factors that would cause them to be maybe underrepresented to some extent in fandom. But like are they
Yes.
also being excluded in some cases? Like you saw with the sad puppies controversy, who weren't even I don't think they were exclusively or right wing. I
I
think that
remember
they
that
were
controversy.
more
Yeah, I
diverse.
remember that controversy.
But they were like basically kicked out of the Worldcon scene specifically, and like
Oh yes.
are
Oh
they maybe
yes.
afraid to speak
Yes.
out more, or are they maybe facing some sort of discrimination in some way?
Oh yes. Oh yes. I have no doubts about that. I do believe that conservatives have. I do believe that there are a lot more discrimination towards conservatives in regards to the products that they made in the entertainment industry, or just being a conservative in general, having those beliefs. Like it's very controversial, which in my opinion it shouldn't be. I feel like in my ideal world, it should be perfectly fine being a conservative in the same way it's perfectly fine being a liberal. It's like I don't see anything wrong with that, as long as you're not spouting any sorts of hateful beliefs. Like it's perfectly fine by me. But the problem is these people, they have their own definition of what a hateful belief is, and they just their definition just straight up do not align with my definition of what something hateful is. So at the end of the day, I just, what I really want from these from what I really want from these big game publications and big game companies is to be able to, at the very least, give that conservative viewpoint, because they talk a lot about diversity, but they only talk about diversity of skin color, race, and gender and ethnicity, but they don't talk about diversity of viewpoint, which is, in my opinion, severely lacking in the gaming industry, and is severely lacking in, well, in the industry in general, not just the gaming industry, and also like social media discourse. I feel like I feel like I am bombarded a lot more with leftists and just even just at best left-leaning takes more so than I am bombarded with right leaning takes. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, in that regard, like I feel like conservatives like right now they are starting to learn that they're starting to make utilize social media to their advantage and actually make their presence even more prominent, which is why nowadays now I am seeing a lot more conservatives that actually like play video games and passionate video games because now they actually started to use social media and social media is getting popular and now they're using it. Or maybe it's because Elon Musk decided to unban all of them. It could be a factor. So, yeah, what I'm saying is, I do feel that conservatives are unfairly treated in the gaming industry. Even though I myself, like, or at least I don't really care too much about the political stuff. But I'm last time I checked the political compass, I'm like center left as well. So I am like part of that majority GamerGate demographic. So, but even then, I can still see why somebody would take that conservative viewpoint. Why somebody would have a certain viewpoint that leans more right wing. Because a lot of the political issues are complex. But that's the problem. A lot of these issues are complex, and the discussions about that is very, very incendiary, which is that's another topic in its entirety. But yeah, I do feel like conservatives in the entertainment industry are unfairly treated, and I feel like that's not cool. So yeah.
All right. Well, we have a whole politics section coming up later, but let's get through games
Sure.
journalism.
Okay.
How responsive to calls for reform do you think the Games Press was?
Uh, barely. Not supposed to say about this. Like, yeah, I think they're barely responsive at all. It's like, or at least barely responsive to the correct action. They are very responsive to the incorrect action. That I can say that for a fact. Yeah, they are very, very responsive to an action that they shouldn't do, which is to double down. But in response to the correct action, took them a while before the FTC come in and knock on their doors and be like, hey, you should disclose this stuff. And even then, I think I saw Linus Tech Tips video that said something along the lines of, oh, it turns out that not game reviewers, but more like product reviewers, a lot of reviewers in general do not disclose that they are reviewing the product, which is a shocker, or at least a non-shocker to Linus. So yeah, I took them a while in terms of their response to doing the right thing, but they are very fast on doing the not right thing. So I can tell you that.
If you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were accused of ethical violations, how would you have handled the situation?
Well, we discuss about them internally first and figure out what's wrong with it. I'll give the employee a fair day in the court. I'll try to be fair as fair as I can be. I'll give the employee a chance to explain themselves what's going on, and then I do my own internal investigation and see if the employee is telling the truth. I also gather a bunch of people's viewpoints in the matter and hear what they say, hear what their thoughts on the situation, and I will have to basically at the end of the day, I'm the editor in chief. I'm the one controlling the ship that is the big game journal ship. Game publication ship, and I have to make sure that it doesn't sink. It's not sunk by PR nightmare, PR disaster. So I will have to do that. But I can also just tell gamers to go fuck themselves. But hey, that's an option that a lot of editor in chief takes. So worked very well for them at least, or depending on who you ask. So yeah, I would personally just do the rational thing of ask them, try to find out different viewpoints, and then do the correct action if it is actually proven to be unethical. So yeah.
Do you think there is still a role for good games journalism in the world? And if so, what does that look like to you?
There is. I do think there is a role for good game journalism in the world. I feel like game journalists can contribute into giving information and providing information as soon as they can to the whole world. I feel like they still have a place of use even to this day. Because otherwise, where are we going to get our news? Where are we going to get our gaming news from? Well, we can get them from IGN, we can get them from GameSpot, we can get them from all these sorts of game publications, all that sort of stuff. But we can also get them from YouTubers who also cover gaming news. We can also get them from independent publications that also cover gaming news. And we can also even get them directly from the companies themselves. They make social media posts. They make announcements on their own. They make all this sorts of stuff. So I feel like game journalism has a place, and that place can be used to contribute a distribution of information that are necessary for gamers and consumers in general to make an informed decision. I do think, however, that their role can be complemented better with other people's roles in the industry. Like, yeah, I feel like game journals are very good at finding out the news firsthand, but in terms of doing reviews or product coverage or all that sorts of stuff, it requires a more personal touch that are less corporatized and all that. And I feel like that's a niche that game YouTubers can fill up. And even then, in that particular niche, they can also talk about the news and they can also talk about whatever's happening in gaming world right now, and they can do a good job at it too. So, I do think that they have a place in this world, and I do feel like they can contribute good to the society. And for the most part, I feel like they do. For the most part, I feel like they do contribute the news, because most people just tend to focus on their garbage article, but IGN do publish a lot of articles, and a lot of those articles are news, and a lot of them are very, very insightful and informative. So, gotta give them credit. They do, at the very least, they focus on their job a lot more so than last time, which is why last time I always got materials for articles to talk about the video, but nowadays it's quiet. It's super quiet. It's only like a rarity where you got IGN saying dumb stuff like that, the Resident Evil stuff. So I say game journals, they have a place in this world, and if they continue doing their job, I feel like gamers can at the very least tolerate their existence. Not accept them, but at the very least tolerate their existence. So yeah.
In September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications were in a mailing group called Game Journal Pros. What did you think of this revelation?
Ooh. Oh man. That revelation. When I knew about that revelation, when I saw that whole thing, and I'm like, oh boy, that is incredibly juicy. That right there, all those email leaks right there, that is some crazy exposed. Like that sounds like something that sounds sinful as hell, but I saw those with my own two eyes, and I'm like, whoa, this whole thing is actually happening. I mean, I'm not surprised, obviously, because when they're making this exact same articles in the exact same day, I'm not surprised that they're going to be colluding one another and talking shit with one another. So it's not surprising. But when I found out, I was like, oh, that explains everything. That just explains everything. It's very, very juicy. Like, it sounds like a conspiracy, but I saw it with my own two eyes. I saw the logs with my own two eyes. No, it's an actual thing that's happening, and it is something that they're doing. It was something that they're doing, and they're probably still doing it even to this day. Instead of doing it on emails, they do it on Slack, maybe. So at this point, at that point, I was like, yeah, whatever. Game journals, they collude, they work with each other. I just accept that's a thing. They work with each other, they work together. So yeah, I just find that funny.
Some GamerGate supporters believed that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of this strategy?
I'm a bit mixed on that. On one side, it is attacking them straight to their source of income, which is definitely one of their primary driving motivation. I do feel like striking their source of income is one of the ways for them to be able to reform themselves and be able to adhere to the standards of ethical standards of journalism. But on the other hand, it's a very it's a very powerful weapon that I feel like should be used responsibly, because contacting advertisers to pull off of these gaming publications is basically what happened with a lot of YouTubers back in a couple of years after that, granted, but still a couple of years after that. and these YouTubers, they come in, they make their videos, but they got struck with the yellow dollar sign, and advertisers pull out because the YouTubers make content that advertisers do not like. And I feel like in that sense, um, gamers are attacking game journals for that particular angle. They're also coming in to attack the game journals for making garbage products or making misrepresented products, and they go to advertisers and talk about this to them. Now, if the advertisers feel like I don't know how successful that is. It's been a while, so I don't know if it is actually successful. I do know that there are advertisers that have pulled out of gaming publications because of the whole controversy. There are some, but it's not like a huge number to the point where it's enough, where it's enough for them to.
Gawker specifically said that it was seven
Gawker
figures,
specifically, yes.
but I don't know about other publications.
Yes. Yeah, Gawker specifically, but I don't think it's solely because of gaming. I feel like with Gawker specifically, there are many issues at hand, and why a lot of these, there are many reasons for advertisers to pull out of Gawker, more so than they pull out of Kotaku, for example.
Well, they did say it was the GamerGate movement specifically that caused them to lose that money, though. Right?
Huh.
I believe Dick Denton said that.
It's been a while,
or not
though.
Dick Denton. It was someone else, the CFO maybe or somebody. But
yeah, it's been a while. I forgot. It's been a while, but I do believe that because with Gawker specifically, Gawker has published a lot of stuff that are non-gaming related, but are very, very bad. I feel like Hulk Hogan also contributed to that as well. Yeah. Hulk Hogan also contributed to that as well because of how they portray him. So yeah, attacking advertisers, I feel like it can be a very, very good weapon to encourage these game journalists to do better, but it should be used responsibly. And from what I have seen, people do use it in a responsible manner, because I feel like there's a lot of ethical issues at hand here that are concerning, and mailing these advertisers in this particular case is definitely the right thing to do, because advertisers, they don't want to see any sorts of ethical violations and all that sorts of stuff, and then it's difficult to do so, because a lot of these game companies that advertise their games on these websites, they also the ones that are contributing to the positive reviews of the games that these game publications are covering. So it's difficult. It's a complex topic. Personally, I feel like it can be used for good, but people need to approach it in a very responsible manner. So yeah, that's my take.
Did you support contacting advertisers over ethical violations only, or for other reasons too?
Ethical violations only. There are definitely other reasons where you can contact advertisers. There are definitely other reasons where you should contact advertisers.
Oh no, but sorry. Let me qualify. When it comes to the GamerGate conversation specifically, what was your view?
In regards to GamerGate conversation specifically, I feel like if I personally want to attack the publication's advertisers, I feel like my angle of attack, or at least my what I would have said to the advertisers, is one, they violated the ethical conduct, and two, they colluded behind the scenes to attack the very demographic that they're trying to advertise to, or three, they are proven to be they make all of these incendiary takes online that should not align with anybody. Like, for example, there are so many examples of the editor-in-chief of Kotaku, or like a lot of the writers of Kotaku, that make dumb tweets after dumb tweets, and they're the kind of tweets that should get you canceled, basically. Should get you advertisers pull out of you. And I feel like that is a move that I would have done if that's what I want to do. But would I want to do that? Would I want to do that specifically? Probably not. And the reason is because I do not care if these game publications get their money or not. Because at the end of the day, it's these people's job. These people got jobs and they got to pay the bills. And if I come in and be like, ruin their lives because of well, granted, a lot of their what they did is monstrous. They did violate the ethics. So, but would I come in to personally and actually contribute into the ruination of their lives? Probably not. I would just criticize them and tell them, hey, just do this shit much better. But if others are willing to go for it, that's their choice. At the end of the day, that's their choice. That's if they feel like that's the right move for these gaming publications. Sure, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. That's your personal choice at the end of the day. But I personally would have done. I would just criticize them. I feel like that's the most that I can contribute. And yes, I would say a lot more than just the ethical violations if I am going for that route. So yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on deep freeze?
Deep freeze. I actually use that deep freeze occasionally in order to get people who have no idea what GamerGate is to know about GamerGate. So if you have no idea what GamerGate is, look for Deep Freeze. They covered pretty much everything that you need to know about GamerGate and everything that you need to know. And they got articles, they got sources, they got all that stuff archived ready for you to just read and digest. I haven't heard of them in a while. I don't know if they updated the website anymore, but
No, they stopped
that was
a
at
few
the
years
time.
ago. Oh, a while ago, I guess.
They stopped. Yeah.
Updating
So,
it.
well, yeah. So basically, that is the one go-to source that I would use if I want to introduce people to GamerGate. That is the one source that I would go to. They highlight a lot of the issues that people have with game journalism. They highlight a lot of the issues that people have with GamerGate, and they also cover the story in depth. It's a lot of reading, but honestly, it's a lot of information. There's a lot of information out there that is worth covering. And unfortunately, you can't just drop this source to everybody and be like, "Oh, I'm convinced now. My eyes are open," and because it's not possible. Sorry, it takes a long time for people to be able to accept the truth, accept reality, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, Deep Freeze, I feel like it's a good source, good one all-in-one source if anybody wants to know what GamerGate is all about. So yeah.
In August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay conference. The idea of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with Gamergate supporters to discuss their concerns about games journalism and the way the media covered Gamergate. The second half of the conference was interrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention center to be evacuated. Do you have any thoughts on this event?
Um, I'm not too familiar with the event, even at a time, right? I'm not too familiar with the event at the time, but I do know the event, and I think I talk about the event a couple of times in my videos. But as for the whole thing, I feel like it's definitely a worthy endeavor. It's definitely something that can be done to have this particular discussion and talk about the concerns that people have in regards to game journalism and all that sort of stuff. And the event got interrupted by a bomb threat. I feel like that should not happen. Obviously, that should not happen at all. And should the event continue regardless of the bomb threat? I don't know if the event continued regardless of the bomb threat. I'm pretty sure they got canceled.
They continued it at a different location, basically.
At a different location. Well, there you go. So much for that. So much for that. But yeah, I feel like it's a worthy discussion to have with actual people in the industry, people who actually are journalists. But unfortunately, I think I forgot. It's been a while since I talk about that event. But yeah, I remember not liking how Koretsky deal with the event. I feel like I remember how he deals with the whole thing is not in a way that I would have. It's not in a way that I find acceptable, and I criticize him for that. Although it's been a while since I've talked about that event. So yeah. But the event in general, I feel like it's something that is a good thing. We do need to have this serious discussion, and it shows that Gamergate people are not like these evil monsters that harass women at gaming. No, we actually have serious concerns. So it is definitely a good event to be used as a stepping stone into giving more credibility to what Gamergate is all about. So yeah, that's my thing.
Do you remember what your issues with the way Koretsky handled things were?
I forgot. It's been a long time. It has been a long time since we talk about that. I think I still have the scripts of the videos where I talk about that, but it's a long time.
Why do you?
It's been a long time since.
Oh, are you sorry? Are you looking it up or?
Yeah, I am. I am looking him up. I am looking them up. But I have scripts of videos where I talk about that, but it is a long time, so I don't remember a single thing. But yeah, I do remember not liking how he deals with the event. But aside from that, nah, I don't remember much.
Why do you think the media largely didn't cover SPJ Airplay?
Because that would destroy their credibility, plain and simple. Because that would straight up make their site look bad. It's like, oh, but I thought you said that GamerGate is all these like harassers and evil people that harass women out of gaming. Turns out they got serious and actually a genuine concern. And they don't cover that because it destroys their credibility. It destroys their credibility. It destroys them, plain and simple. So yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on the other GamerGate panels like the South by Southwest SafePoint panel or my GamerGate panels at Arch Anime and NatsuCon?
I do not have thoughts on them because I'm not too familiar with them. But if you want to do it, it's fine. Let's go for it. It's your choice. It's your con. So
Some people believed that GamerGate should have ended after SPJ Airplay. What did you think?
GamerGate should have ended at SPJ Airplay. I feel like GamerGate should have ended before then. I feel like the issue of GamerGate should have ended when FTC comes in and actually reform the ethical concerns that people have, the disclosure of the products. I feel like GamerGate should have ended right then and there. But it continues, it goes on, and game journals continue to be stupid and just continue to misrepresent people and do all sorts of stupid stuff. Honestly, there's not much I can do about that. I feel like, yeah, I do agree that GamerGate should have ended during that period of time where FTC come in and force people. I don't say force people, but like encourage people to be more ethical with their product disclosure. So yeah, I feel like it should have ended way before.
Have you seen the Airplay documentary that came out recently?
I have not. I have not seen the airplane documentary that I've seen because I feel like it's covering grounds that I'm already familiar with. I don't know if there are any new information that are being exposed from the documentary, but I feel like it's mostly recapping and summarizing the grounds that I feel like it's already covered back in the day, and I don't think there needs to be covered now. But hey, that's my opinion. If you're gonna if you find anything insightful about that, sure, go ahead, give it a watch. But personally, I just don't see any reason for me to watch it. So
I think I've interviewed Raymond too, and I've done like a watch party of part one with him, and also a discussion with part two with him too. He thinks it's important, so do I. It's like to document the history of what actually happened during Gamergate, since the first draft of history, the journalists' stories, were obviously so horribly wrong that we wanted to investigate what really happened. And so I think he sees a lot of value in exposing, not going to say exposing, but like informing the public about the truth of this historical event.
Sure. I can definitely see the value of documenting it and making a documentary of it so that it's more concise, so that it's in a more easily digestible format. But do I see any value in it for me personally? No, because I don't really have any sort of investment on on the Gamergate stuff that happened back in the day. But I'm sure there are a lot of people that are invested in that sort of stuff. I'm sure you are invested. I'm sure he's invested as well. So if that's what you think is very valuable, and if that's what you think documenting the information is valuable, yeah, go for it. Just not for me personally. So yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on the Kunkel Awards?
I have no idea what that is.
After Airplay, the SPJ created the Kunkel Awards to promote good games journalism by rewarding the games journalists and also alternative games journalists, people too, YouTubers, streamers, people like that, who did a good job, and giving them awards essentially and praising their work to promote a better games journalism. This lasted, I think, like 4 or 5 years. Then they rolled that into their main award ceremony.
Okay. Good for them. I don't know if if they actually do reward good works in that. I don't know. It's not an award that I particularly care about. So yeah.
Do you think that the GamerGate banner should have been used to take on gaming industry issues outside of just games journalism?
No. And I feel like the reason is because doing so would make us to be a part of a certain group, whereas I feel like it's more relatable to people if we approach certain issues in gaming as an individual or somebody who is a gamer instead of somebody who is a representative of a group, because doing so, like, it kind of gets people who aren't outside of that group kind of iffy, because well, that means that I have to be does that mean that I have to join that group, or does that mean that I am a part of that group now? And like, people are kind of iffy about that. So I feel like the best way to deal with this is individually and just look at the whole issue in from the perspective of just one gamer and perspective of a person, like an individual, like myself, and other YouTubers have also done that. So no, I don't think the Gamergate flag should be used for other issues related to gaming.
All right, artistic freedom. Now,
Mhm.
you just said that you didn't think that that GamerGate should have stuck to just games journalism. Now, there were a lot of conversations that did take place during the GamerGate
Mhm.
era about artistic freedom. I presume you view these as separate conversations.
Um, Uh, sort of. It kind of sort of, because the game journals that Gamergate cover also talk about issues in relation to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and all that sort of stuff, which is something that I am definitely into. So, while I do think that it's adjacent, but I wouldn't associate it with Gamergate. So I think that's the best way to put it.
What do you think about arguments? Oh, sorry. Well, you were involved. I'm going to ask the question. So, you were involved with a lot of these discussions about artistic freedom on your channel. Is there anything you want to say about that?
Um, well, in terms of what I think with artistic freedom, I do think I'm basically just a proponent of the First Amendment, even though I'm not American. But do believe I love the idea of the First Amendment in that you are free to express your own beliefs or ideas and criticisms, your whatever sorts of beliefs you got, whether it be a crazy beliefs or not crazy beliefs, like you have the freedom to express that. We have the freedom to also use our own First Amendment to criticize those ideas, criticize those beliefs, and we have the freedom of speech to do that. What my biggest issue with at the time was censorship, and censorship is something that I am very passionate about, in the sense that I am very anti censorship, and any attempts by these game companies and these people, especially on Twitter, especially on social media, where I still remember the time where I was talking to an anti-gamergator, and I talked to them and they straight up blocked me because I decided to disagree with them. I still remember that time. It was like, that made my first block on Twitter. It's like, wow, these people, like, they straight up do not want to have any sorts of genuine conversation. Although, to be fair, a lot of people on the internet do not want to have a genuine conversation, do not treat social media as, and that's one of the things that I learned in social media, is to do not treat social media as a genuine form of conversation. I feel like this is a much better way of actually conveying our ideas, a genuine form of conversation. But yeah, point is, like, freedom of speech is something I'm passionate about. Censorship is something that I am very passionate about. I am very anti-censorship. It is something that Gamergate has tackled, definitely 100%. One of the Gamergate's issues is the censorship that is being done by a lot of these game journals and game corporations and all that sort of stuff. And a lot of the censorship are politically motivated, undoubtedly politically motivated, and it's done in the name of political correctness. But should it be in a Gamergate issue? No, it doesn't have to be a Gamergate issue. It is one of the issues that Gamergate tackled, but something like game censorship or censorship from the mainstream media, it can be tackled without that Gamergate label being put into it, because it is a universal issue that anybody can agree is stupid without the necessity of, hey, can you join our Gamergate movement as well? If you think this is stupid, join our Gamergate movement. I feel like I don't want to give that vibe to people. It's an issue that can be tackled independently without the needs of Gamergate. So yeah, I feel like that's my take.
What do you think of the arguments? about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
A lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit in that argument. Like plain and simple. Plain and simple, it's a lot of bullshit. And I know for a fact it's a lot of bullshit. A lot of BS. Because how is it possible that these gamers, like, they straight up hating on women just because they play the video games? If they hate women, if they do not like women, there are multiple factors in why they decide to not like the female demographic. I feel like real life in general contributes into that very misogynistic mindset. To blame the misogynistic mindset that a lot of people have today to just the video games right now is an asinine opinion. It's to shift the blame to the real issues that society have right now to a singular entity that could have that does nothing, basically. Like what has games being female characters being sexy contributed to the society as a whole? Like fictional characters of female characters being sexy contributes really nothing. It contributes nothing to the destruction of the society. Like it actually contributes to the betterment of society. That's if you ask me. But there are lots of prudes. There are lots of people online that are more that are more feminist, I suppose, that think that if sexy female characters are bad, the sexy female characters are terrible. Sexy female characters contribute into the sexualization of real women, even though no, even though real women contribute, in my opinion, real women contribute to this sexism towards real women, the discrimination towards real women. So, if you ask me, the shifting towards the shifting of the blame to the games is a hugely irresponsible thing for game journals and especially people, feminists like Anita Sarkeesian, to do, and it shifts the blame to games without actually addressing the overall societal issues that that at play for why people decide to become sexist and misogynist and all that. So that's my take.
Okay. And I know we talked about this a little bit on the Matt Walsh take
Mm.
earlier, but what do you think of the argument about video games causing real-world violence?
That is also the same thing. I'd say the same thing as last time. It's the same thing goes with video games causing real violence. No, I feel like that isn't a possibility because there are many reasons why people decide to become violent, and it's not just video games. There are cases where people have turned violent because for the sole motivation of getting a video game. There was a case where that there's this guy who was a huge fan of Halo, and at one point, his parents, they don't give him the new Halo game. They put that Halo game in a safe, and he decides to murder the parents. Horrific incident, absolutely horrific incident. But that does not point into the games being the issue. It points to the guy being the problem. It's the person who decides to murder his parents to being the problem. Like kids are not allowed by their parents all the time. Like if kids got spoiled, actually it would lead to very horrible kids if they got spoiled by being given all sorts of stuff. It leads into this mindset that kids are gonna that life is just gonna give you away stuff. It says life is just gonna give you stuff. You can't just earn them. So it's a bad mindset to be given to kids. So I don't mind parents taking away kids' games out of them, but if it makes them violent, it's not necessarily the parents' fault. It's not necessarily the game's fault. It's the parents' fault. It could be the parents' fault. It could be how the kid was raised. It could be the kid was schizophrenic, all that sort of stuff. Point is, there are many factors surrounding why people decide to become violent. And I feel like blaming it to gaming is as irresponsible as blaming it as sexism, blaming it to gaming. And also as blaming it to movies and other entertainment media. That's my take.
Some political activists believed that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as hashtag change the cover. What do you think of this tactic?
Hashtag change the cover. I haven't heard
Or
that in a
various other
long
ones, like the
time.
Pillars of Eternity controversy. That was a little
I
bit
haven't
different,
heard that
but
one. I haven't heard that one in a long, long time. But yeah, as for whether or not social media activism is a good way to encourage people to revert or change the creative decisions that companies make, again, it's the same as my thoughts on attacking advertisers. I feel like social media, I feel like it's an action that should be taken responsibly. If you are going to encourage game developers or game companies to create a certain change, then you have to approach it in a way that is respectful to the source material and in a way that is coming from a genuine concern. Unfortunately, I don't feel like a lot of these ideologues, when they try to campaign to make these changes, they don't come from a genuine concern. They come from a genuine concern, but the concern is bullshit. That their concern is a lot of nonsense because they're not fans of the medium. They don't read the medium. They're not passionate about the medium. They just look at it on a surface value and think that it's sexist or misogynistic and all that, or bigoted and all that sort of stuff. I feel like it can be a weapon to be used for good. There are social media campaigns that people do to revert censorship, like revert the censorship that happened in certain games and make sure that the games are no longer, censored. It can be used for good, but it can also be used for bad, depending on which side of, depending on how you deal with the issue and the motivation that you deal with the issue. So it has to be done in a responsible manner. So yeah, that's my take.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and advocacy of censorship?
Criticism and advocacy for censorship. That's a good question. That is a very good question, and I feel like the best way to articulate this, to show why this line, is to look at how they complain about it, to see and observe and read how the prudes, the feminists, the SJWs, how they are complaining about a certain issue. So, for example, if they complain about the character being objectified or being sexualized, and why are they complaining about that? Is it because it makes no sense to the story, or is it because they just revealed too much of their clothing? Because the implication of that criticism is to cover the clothing. So the solution to that criticism is censorship. It's to cover the clothings so that they don't show a lot more skin. And I feel like that's where the line is. If the response to the criticism is to censor, then that's where that person is encouraging censorship. When the correct response to that criticism is to censor the outfit or to censor that particular thing that the people are complaining about. It usually happens when people are making a moral outrage out of something. When people are making a moral outrage out of a video game or a movie or whatever, and they're turning a complaint that they have into a moral thing. So when they see a character getting sexualized, they see that as immoral. And because it's immoral, that means that in order to become moral, you have to cover that because that's the moral thing to do. I feel like that's where the line is. If the response to the criticism is to censor that, that is an encouragement to censor. That is encouraging censorship. There was a recent post that I feel like a good way to summarize this. I didn't have this on my stream. I'll probably put it, or maybe not. But yeah, I did have this post. I read this online where somebody was complaining that the fanfiction website Archives of Our Own has a lot of content that are like problematic. And problematic in the sense that they got content of fiction featuring characters that are not of age, that are not adults. And those characters are involved in sexual situations and all that sort of stuff. Well, personally, I think it's just words written. It's just fiction at the end of the day. So I feel like it shouldn't be any concern. But this person coming in and complain about that and talk about how it is messed up. Why is AO3 hosting this content? Why are they decided to host this content? This content is really, really bad. Now, and then the person proceeds to say, I never encourage censorship. I just think the content is bad. Well, hold on a second. You said that the content is pedophilic. You said that there are a lot of pedo content in there. wouldn't the logical response to a pedophilic content be to censor that content? If you think that the content is bad in the sense that it's badly written, so that means you endorse the pedophilic content, you just want it to be better written. So what does that make you? So is that what you were saying, or are you saying that they should censor the content? So I feel like that's the line that should be recognized. It's when the criticism, one, becomes a moral outrage, and two, when the response is to censor or to remove the content rather than to actually improve the content or fix the content. That's what I feel like are terrible criticisms. And I call them out every day because every single week, every single day, there are always new critiques like that. So that's my take.
Do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from Japanese or other foreign games when they are localized?
Very, very. I have a lot of thoughts on that. We can go all day if we talk about that. But to summarize, I do have a lot of issues with game companies, Japanese games deciding to localize and censor the games that they're supposed to bring into America, bring into the world, more a worldwide release. I do not like it when they decide to censor the content and remove the content or localize them. I do not like it when they got outfits that are supposed to be more sexy in the original, but they censored that so that it's more acceptable worldwide. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it when they decide to localize the game and change the words so that the meaning are entirely different compared to the original. Now, the localization discourse, unfortunately, if you ask me, the localization discourse has gone way too nitpicky, and it's gotten so insane to the point it's like, really, this is the change that you were complaining about? I feel like they're not really that significant of a change. Like, maybe in that particular context I would mind, but in the grand scheme of things, like, I wouldn't mind those changes. But there are some egregious localization changes back in the day that are really stupid that I feel like should be called out. And if they don't call out on it, I feel like if people are not calling out on it, I feel like people have failed. The fans have failed the series. So I am very passionate about the issues with censorship, issues with localization, with issues with games, and this is precisely why I don't buy stuff from Koei Tecmo anymore. Although it's not just because they decided to censor Dead or Alive, it's also because they are just a horrible, horrible company, and they overcharge the living crap out of their games, and it is crazy. And their business model is some of the worst that I've seen for the Dead or Alive games. I don't support Koei Tecmo and whatever they're doing. Thankfully, their games got cracked on day one, so there's that. Square Enix also have a lot of stuff that they decided to censor or decided to change and decided to localize, and I am not a fan of that. So I'm not buying. I haven't been buying any of their games as of late as well, especially after Left Alive. One of my biggest purchase regrets ever. It's like, I can't believe I bought that game. That game was awful. But yeah, and my biggest shame of all, and my biggest shame, not say biggest shame, but like the one that makes you go, oh, this is such a shame, was Atlas. Because Atlas has so many localization and censorship issues that I have called out many times. It's to the point where I am sick of it. I am sick and tired of it. This is why I do not have Persona 3. I am a huge fan of Persona, and I still haven't bought Persona 3 Reload because it's Persona 3 all over again, for one, and for two, they overcharge a lot of stuff. They overcharge a lot of the game's $70, and you also got the DLC for like $30. And then if you buy the season pass, you didn't get the DLC. You also have to buy the DLC separately. Absolutely crazy, absolutely stupid. Atlas is getting greedier and greedier in that regard, but they also decide to censor the stuff. They change stuff. They make things and turns that I just do not agree with. It's like, it's different from company to game company. Capcom, I got a mixed bag reaction. Bandai Namco is mostly on my positive side, but for the most part, they're okay. But some parts I'm not a fan of it. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Japanese game companies deciding to censor their games for the mainstream audiences. I'm not a fan of them localizing their games and changing the meanings of words. So we got a whole discourse of that. So overall, not a fan. And I could go on and on talking about that. But yeah, overall, to put it short, not a fan.
All right, games and politics. Some critics of GamerGate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that was accurate?
Well, no, I don't think that is accurate at all because I tried to put in myself like I don't know if I'm left wing or right wing. At the time, I didn't know that if I'm left wing or right wing, so I decided, hey, screw it, I'll take a quick political compass test. Now, granted, that political compass test is very, very biased, but I'll take it anyway just to see where I land, and it turns out I land center left. I did get a little to the right as time goes on, but for the most part, I'm still center left. Um, and that's true to a lot of the GamerGaters because a lot of people who are very passionate towards games, like I said before, are mostly people who are on the center left. They are or in the center basically. There are people that are on the very very far left or the far right, but for the most part that I'm seeing, it's very 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 center left movement, and a lot of people do land in that particular side of the political compass. And the reason why game journals say that it is a right wing movement is because it's simply because they disagree with their beliefs. At the end of the day, they find game journals just do not, when they talk about Gamergate, they just do not find um, the people that participate in Gamergate, they don't agree with their beliefs, especially when they criticize diversity and representation and all that sort of stuff. It's something I criticize as well. But that's not a right wing thing. It's diversity and equity and inclusion and just writing thing. So it's not a political issue that we're tackling on. And it's not, it shouldn't be a political issue. That's the thing. But they are making it a political issue. So I try my best to make it not a political issue because that's not my angle. So yeah, there's that.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
Um, there's not much to say aside from I'm center left, I guess. Not on the libertarian side, not the authoritarian side. I'm on the bottom left. I'm in Indonesia, so the politics really here are very very different compared to America. But yeah, I support LGBT rights. I'm mostly tolerant. It's like mostly neutral to that. I can see the sides of like say the abortion side. I can see both sides of the argument. I can see both sides of a lot of arguments actually. I can see a lot of nuances on a lot of the arguments and why people argue a certain way. So in terms of politics, there's not really much to say. There was I did have an election.
I know. I looked it up.
An
I was going
election.
to ask you next.
Yeah, I did have the Indonesian election. It happened recently, but I wasn't paying attention to it. I really wasn't paying attention to it. I do know for a fact that my dad endorses one candidate. He's very passionate towards what this one candidate winning. So I'm like, screw it. I'll just use his. I'll just pick his choice because I'll just follow his choice because he said it's good. So I'll just take his word for it. So I don't really pay attention to politics. I don't really care about politics. I care about gaming. I care about technology. That's my particular passion. Don't care about Indonesian politics. Don't care about American politics. There are definitely people that care about American politics way more than they should. That lives very close here. But aside from that, no, I don't really care about the politics.
Yeah, that's
So,
true. There are indeed people who care a bit too much about American politics. They don't live anywhere near America. They've never been there.
yeah. So yeah, there's that.
I'm interviewing him too, by the way. I assume you're
Oh
referring to Ian
God.
Miles Chung. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah.
Well,
Oh God.
yeah.
Good
Well,
luck with that.
he's almost certainly. So he agreed to do it, and then he ghosted me basically. Well, he agreed to do it. Then he doesn't show up, and then he messages me, and he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," or whatever. Actually, I don't think he said that. I think he was just like, "Oh, my bad. I'm gonna cancel." All right, and then I'm like, "Are you gonna cancel or reschedule?" And he's like, "Well, I can reschedule." And I'm like, "Well, great. What days work for you in March?" And then he never replies. And then I followed up. I'm like, "Hey, you said you want to do it in March. When works for you?" No reply. I think it's because he knows that I'm too honest, and so of course, I'm gonna have to ask him tough questions. And he's kind of a thin-skinned guy. He doesn't seem like he can handle it.
That's true. I do want to know why he cares so much about American
Well,
politics.
he's
Like,
paid
it's
by
not
the
his
Russian
fucking
government.
business.
Like, I'm not even kidding. He's legit paid by the Russian government. He's a propagandist with Russia Today.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I
That's
remember
why
that
he's
being
so
a thing.
obsessed
So,
with like local politics in Chicago, even though he lives in Malaysia, because he's literally paid by the Russian government to do so.
I don't get it.
Or
But
he
yeah,
used to be.
well,
I don't know
it's
if he's I don't know if he's still on their payroll, but he was recently, until recently at least.
well, it's his thing. So yeah, not much to say. Do whatever he likes to do. So there's that.
Yeah, but I still want to interview Ian if you're watching. I'm still game, 100%. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but you know what? The public wants to know. And you did play a big role in the anti-Gamergate side of the Gamergate conversation. So yeah, I want to pick your brain on some stuff.
Yeah. I feel like he's not gonna show up because he got better shit to do. I don't blame him, but still.
Have your politics? Oh, I know you kind of already. You said that you moved a little bit more to the right. One of the questions is,
True.
have your politics changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate? Do you consider this change to be Gamergate related? And if so, do you want to talk about that?
I honestly do not know. I do not know what caused the change of my politics to be more to the right than it was when I initially um, took the test. I think it could be, and I feel like this could be a factor. It's because when I took the test the first time, I didn't understand the questions. That could be a factor. But now that as I got older and I understand the issues a lot more, then I understand where I want to put my answer to the political side. And then when I answered that, then I get it. It's like, oh, I see where they're coming from. I see what this guy's talking about. I see what that question is talking about. Even though some of them are still very arbitrary and ambiguous. But yeah, I think it could be because I misunderstood the question the first time. That could be a factor, a most likely factor.
Are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
Honestly, I don't mind. I do not mind that criticism because at the end of the day, that's free speech. It's their platform. They can do whatever they want with their platform. They can say all kind of nasty bullshit that they like. It's freedom of speech. It's freedom of expression. But at the same time, I can also say whatever stuff that I like in response to their bullshit. So sure, I say all these game publications, go ahead and write whatever analysis of video games from whatever political lens you like. At the end of the day, that's your publication. It's yours. I also have the right to make fun of you and also to talk about you in case you make some stupid takes. So yeah, I feel like, yeah, they should. Why not?
Do you think there can be any value in analyzing games or other works of art through a political lens?
That really depends on who you ask. Personally, um, I do not see any value analyzing the games from a political lens, but I do see the value if they're being honest about it. But that's the problem with a lot of game analysis through a political lens. They are portraying it in an incredibly dishonest manner. I do not mind a feminist analysis of a video game as long as the analysis is honest. But unfortunately, a lot of the analysis towards video games that I'm seeing through a feminist lens is made out of pure dishonesty and a lack of understanding towards the medium. I feel like that's the reason that it contributes, the primary contribution to why I'm speaking out against it. It's because a lot of the stuff that they talk about are just factually incorrect. They spread a lot of misinformation. I don't mind a political analysis, a lens from a stern political analysis, as long as it's truthful, as long as it's in line with what video games are about. But the problem is most of these people that do that are ideologues, and ideologues, they just do not play video games. That's why they don't understand these issues. So if you ask me personally, I feel like there is value in the analysis as long as the people are being honest. Unfortunately, they're not.
Some people say that Gamergate was the quote first battle of the culture war unquote. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
First battle in the culture war. I guess you can say that, but there have been controversies related. There have been controversies related to the culture, I suppose, that that happened before Gamergate. Anita, I'm pretty sure Anita was she popped up before Gamergate was a thing. And her criticisms were there, her analysis were there before Gamergate was even a thing. So I feel like a part of that culture war is the criticism towards Anita. I feel like that's one contribution to the whole thing. Is it like the very, very first big one? Sure, I guess you can say that. But I feel like that's like saying that The Godfather, the movie, is like the very first mafia movie ever. Is it though? It is the biggest. It is the biggest movie, one of the most popular movies of that genre, but is not. It's probably not the first. So I say the same for Gamergate. It is definitely the biggest of the culture war, but the first probably not. But yeah, it depends on who you ask.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate being a response to a moral panic about video games?
Gamergate being framed as a response to moral panic to video games. Um, I feel like it's the same with using Gamergate to I feel like it's the same as my take with using Gamergate to any other issues. I feel like moral panic towards video games is not a Gamergate issue exclusively. I mean, yes, Gamergate is talk all about that. And yes, a lot of these ideologues that Gamergate tackle to have made moral panics towards video games, but it's not an exclusively Gamergate thing. Like I don't think like it should be a Gamergate thing. So it can be, but personally, I would just talk about this moral panic exclusively as is without the Gamergate branding, without the Gamergate label.
Oh, I do want to issue a correction. So about the Ian
Mm-hmm.
Mouse strength. Well, he does work for the Russian government. That's 1,000% true. But in regards to the planning, it wasn't the day of that he canceled on me. Uh, I said I messaged him on the 14th of February and I said, "Hey, are we still on for Saturday?" And then he tells me that he's on vacation and going to postpone, even though we had this planned well in advance. So like apparently he's planning his vacation around the same time he's wanting to do the interview with me.
I guess he forgot.
Yeah, I guess he forgot. But then he's not gotten back to me at all about, and it's been over a month. I've tried a couple times to reach
Eh,
him, but yeah.
eh, fair enough.
Well, I think
Okay.
yeah, I think it's because he knows that he's probably seen it. He's like, oh shit, dude, this guy's like a serious journalist. He's gonna like dig into me. It's like, yeah, of course I am.
That could be a factor.
Yeah.
That could be a factor.
Plus, he probably sees
Yeah.
that I have a Ukrainian flag in my profile, and he writes Russian propaganda against Ukraine. That's like that's like one of
That
the things he's paid to
that
do.
does
But like
that is a
Ukraine, like
contribution
obviously,
factor.
I'm gonna probably bring it up in the discussion, but like that's not the main topic. The main topic's Gamergate. But like the fact that you're a Russian propagandist who lied about Gamergate for years, plus his other history too. If you like look into him taking bribes on Reddit, like it's insane. He's got an
Oh
insane
God.
history. Yeah.
One thing I remember that I feel like is an absolute disgrace for him is when he doxed Sandy Worski and like got his dog killed or something along those lines. I forgot his story about that, but yeah,
Well, hey, if
he
you got
caused
receipts
harm
on that,
to
go
an-
ahead and send it to me. I'm sure he's not going to do the interview, but like I'll look at it.
Yeah. So anyway, next question.
All right. What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believed in classical liberal values like artistic freedom, free speech, and pluralism, and those who didn't?
Same answer as my last one. I feel like that can be an issue in and of itself without the needs of the Gamergate label. The battle towards classical liberalism and artistic freedom can be done without the needs of having a Gamergate label. So yeah, same answer as last one.
All right, next section. Interactions with the other side. Did you interact
Uh-huh.
with any anti-Gamergate people? I know you said your first block was an anti-Gamergate person. Do you want to talk about
Yes.
your interactions with them?
I have interacted with a lot more Gamergaters than I have interacted with anti-Gamergaters. Mostly because, for one, I don't interact with people that much online. And for two, the ones that I do have interaction with, I try to be interacting with people that are, that might have something in common, that we could be friends and all that sort of stuff. Why would I interact with my enemies like that? I feel like that's not a productive thing to do. I don't have a lot of experience with interacting with anti-Gamergaters because, again, my social media is just I'm a very, very passive reader nowadays. I rarely tweet. I rarely tweet anything at all. I'm a very passive reader, so I just read and like tweets, and that's it. So, in my social media, I rarely talk about people. I rarely talk to people. I really rarely talk to people online and in text. Not on Discord, not on other social media, not on anything really. So I don't have a lot of interaction with anti-gamer gators, but I have talked about anti-gamer gators for one. I have talked about their takes on anti-gamer gate. I have talked about the issues surrounding that, but I never interacted with any of them because I feel like a lot of interactions online are very diluted and very, or at least in the text, or at least if it's interaction through text, a lot of it is very diluted, and I feel like there's not a lot of productive conversation that can be had through text interaction. And especially there's just one moment where I was wasting way too much of my time interacting with one of the people that criticize. Oh, it's not anti-gamer, but like one of my critics. I feel like we're just talking about the Tokyo Mirage sessions. When it's talking about Tokyo Mirage sessions, and I spend way too much time and wasting too much time in the comment section, and I'm like, what the hell am I doing? I could have done so much more productive thing instead of just wasting my time arguing with some dumbass on the internet. So yeah, by that point, I'm like, I learned my lesson, and I'm like, I decided, yeah, I'm not interacting with people in the comments anymore because I will waste my time on that instead of actually doing something productive. So no, I haven't been interacting with a lot of anti-gamergators. So yeah.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
If I recall correctly, no, I have not changed anyone's mind with GamerGate. If I recall correctly, but I have people that met because they like my content, and they are dating right now, even to this day. I know about that. I find that very surprising. I find that very funny, and also very wholesome. But aside from that, no, I don't recall people being changed on GamerGate.
So are you not friends with people on the other side then?
Friends with people on the other side, no. But then again, I do not have friends in general. So, yeah.
I understand the feeling.
Mm.
Bit of a lone wolf online myself. I have real life friends, but online I try to keep it professional.
Yeah, funnily enough, I have a girlfriend, but I do not have real life friends. It's because I'm only exclusively hunting for loners. But yeah. Anyway,
Did you see the conversation I had with Brianna Wu 2 days ago, 3 days ago?
I did not, and I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention to that. What is going on with Brianna Wu?
Oh well, we talked about the sweet babying stuff, but the fact that she was willing to have the discussion
Cool.
at all, I think, is interesting. Though that will
Yeah, good
probably
for
be
her.
the only time we ever talk.
Good for her. Honestly, good for her. If she's gonna commit to that change, yeah, sure, good for her.
Well, like I said, I think that might be the only time we ever talk.
Yeah, sure.
I
Good,
was super
good for
nice.
her.
It was a good discussion. I feel like it was, but yeah, she sniped at me throughout the interview. Actually, well, one time in the interview. I feel like I responded pretty well though. And then Soyaddle, holy cow! Well, you haven't seen it, so never mind. All right, no spoilers. If you want to watch it, you can. If
Okay,
not, don't
well.
worry about it.
Well, okay. All right, right. So, stuff from that one next.
How could the conversation about Gamergate have been more productive?
How could the conversation of Gamergate be more productive? First off, do not interact with the journals at all because journals are not aiming for any sort of healthy conversations. They already mischaracterize you as bad. They already mischaracterize you as misogynist, biggest, and all that sort of stuff. There is no productive reason, no productive conversation that can be made and achieved by interacting with the journals. I feel like the absolute peak of this conversation, like the absolute, like the one part in, it's not Gamergate related, but it is gaming journal related. But I saw that Youngya interview with Jason Schreier, and that opened my eyes, and I'm like, if this is how, like, Youngya's not even the most controversial figure in the gaming space. He's in fact, very, very safe figure in the gaming space. But yeah, when he talks to Jason Schreier and just hearing how Jason just talks about this, and I still got blocked by him for the record. Everybody got blocked by Jason Schreier. But yeah, the way he talks about the issues, the way he portrays a lot of the issues, like so much bullshit. I'm like, there's no productive reason to be had talking to these game journals. There is a productive reason. The only productivity that can be done to GamerGate is to discuss with it and spread the news and talk about it without their relation. Just being it a PSA. Talk to people about GamerGate as if you're talking to somebody who doesn't know about it. I feel like that's the most productive way of making sure that GamerGate still lives to this day. It's to be able to spread the information and get people interested in the topic of GamerGate while knowing that those people know nothing about GamerGate, because most people don't. Most people, especially most people who are not online whatsoever, who are not as terminally online as us, they have nothing. They know nothing about GamerGate. So to have those people to encourage this. So basically be a politician. Be a politician to encourage people to accept your worldview, to talk about them, to make sure they understand what you're coming through. I feel like that's the best way to make GamerGate to be more innovative. And I feel like that's one thing that a lot of people in the GamerGate side have done, and they have done very well. They managed to convince me on their side, because at the time I have no idea what it is. And then they made all this information, and then they made me to see where it is, what's happening, what's going on. And then now I understand, I get what's going on. And because of that, now I understand GamerGate. So I feel like that's the best way to tackle this issue. And it's to have more and more people to be able to convince others and convince them into your side and talk about this issue so that they can understand where you're coming from, and so that more and more people can understand where they're coming from. So yeah, that's my answer.
Well, maybe I'm a bad boy, Appa, but I'll talk to anybody pretty much. So like, I thought about. I don't know if this will be actually happen, but
no, it's fine.
The first
it's fine.
volume of when I release the first volume of the book, or prior to release, I'm gonna. I guess I'm probably gonna send it out to reviewers. And I'm going to do a media tour too. I'm going to be doing a media tour probably throughout the project, but right now I'm focused on the book. So, and I'm doing mostly alternate media, like I'm doing podcasts, YouTube, but I'm also planning on doing normal journalism and the games journalists. If Kotaku wants to interview me about my book, yeah, sure, I'll do it. But you know what? I'm going to document that conversation, and I'm going to make sure that if they lie about me, if they misrepresent what I say in the interview, or they leave out very specific parts that make me look bad on purpose, then of course I'm going to expose that 1,000%.
Sure. Yeah. I feel like that's for you. That's for you. If you feel like that's the fair thing to do, that's for you. That's perfectly fine. But I feel like for most people, for everybody outside of what you are specifically trying to do, because you are making a book, so of course what you are doing should be done. But for most people who are just casual viewers, followers of the movement, I feel like that's the thing that they can do. It's just to keep spreading the word, keep spreading the information, make sure that these people, make sure that the information is spread, and make sure that people know about it. So yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
Not much aside from the fact that it is definitely one way to expose how bigoted a lot of these game journals are, because Not Your Shield, at the end of the day, it's a hashtag use. It's a hashtag use by the minorities of GamerGate that actually support GamerGate to tell the game journalists, like, hey, stop using us as our shield, as your shield towards criticism. That's why I guess hashtag Not Your Shield. And unfortunately, game journalists don't listen to that. They're going to keep on using minorities and LGBT people as their shield. And if you are part of that clique and you disagree with them, you are worse. You are straight up much worse than if you're white or straight or male that you disagree with them. At least straight white male are expected to disagree with them. But if you're not part of that demographic and you disagree with them, oh boy, that just triggers the racism from these progressives and these journalists, which is crazy, absolutely crazy. I've had a fair share of those actually. Funnily enough, had people call me all sorts of horrific names. And some people call me. I've had people call me. What was that? I feel like I've had people call me I should go back to work in the cotton fields. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? It's like, that's crazy. I'm not even part of that demographic, but okay then. I guess are you giving me the pass now? So stuff like that, crazy but unsurprising and not your shield. It is the way to tell people to do that. Whether or not it works or not, that's a conversation for another thing. But it is one way to say that.
Well, I will say this: at least one of the people I've interviewed, that was sort of a formative moment where they realized because they were anti-GamerGate. Well, they were more neutral but leaned anti-GamerGate. But when they talked to the people involved on both sides,
Uh-huh.
and then they saw Not Your Shield, well, they realized, okay, I was kind of wrong about GamerGate. It kind of changed their mind. So at
Good
least
for
one
him.
person,
Good for them.
yeah, a man in
Good for them.
maroon. The
Hmm.
GamerGate
Good for them.
discussion was widely censored online. Why do you think that was?
Because it's a very controversial discussion. It's a discussion that requires a lot of nuance, a lot of backstory, a lot of context to explain what the hell is going on. And I feel like having that discussion to be in the forum, to be in a lot of places, like I feel like that discussion should be had somewhere else. For example, I don't agree that the Gamergate discussion should be in for example, the Angry Joe's forum. I feel like that's not the forum to discuss that. I feel like there are other better forums to discuss the Gamergate issue. I feel like if we're going to talk about Angry Joe, because he mostly talks about video games, and in that regard, he doesn't really talk about Gamergate. He only talks about Gamergate at this one point. Now that since he brought that up, of course people are going to talk about that in his forum, but that's the point. Like Angry Joe shouldn't have brought that up. He shouldn't have brought that into the conversation to begin with. That's why he's going to have people to talk about that in this forum, and that's why the forum got censored. But at the end of the day, like I can see why people would censor that because they don't want to deal with a lot of baggage. They just want to focus on the games, which is it's fair. That's fair. That's perfectly fair. If you just want to focus on discussing video games, that's fair. What I don't agree with is when there are no platforms to talk about that issue. I feel like there should be a platform to talk about that issue. And it doesn't have to be in the comment section of an IGN post or the IGN forums or whatever. Like it can be in the biggest forum, in the biggest subreddit for them, for Gamergate issues, Kotaku in Action. It's one example. And I feel like they've been using that platform for a while now. And good for them. I don't mind that 100%. I don't mind that at all. But even then, it's like with Kotaku in Action, I have no fucking idea. Like, there's a lot of civil war happening in Kotaku in Action. It's like, I don't understand why. I find that very funny. There's just people just disagreeing a lot. There's like, especially when it's related to like, when somebody call a game woke and then somebody's like, no, that's not woke. Are you crazy? You're too terminated the line. There's just lots of civil war in that regard.
Isn't it kind of heartwarming though to know that they can have these disagreements and even disagree with each other and have like a civil discussion? Hopefully, I mean, I assume most of the time.
I don't know about the civil part, but yeah, you can have the discussion there. It's just that I don't. Most of my experience with people that disagree with, if I say that something, if they say that something is woke, and I say that's not woke, they're probably gonna name call me and say me that, oh, you're supporting SJWs, oh, you're a filthy centrist, and I'm like, you're pulling the same fucking tactic as the SJWs. So I'm like, okay, whatever, whatever. So at the end of the day, yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I just want to say, yeah. I feel like it doesn't have to be in all the platforms, but it should have a platform. That's what I'm saying.
I want to ask too about the games being woke real quick. You said earlier you like Life is Strange. I loved the first game, and I've not played the second one. It's on my list of games to eventually get around to. But I also really liked the third one, True Colors. I just saw on Matt Walsh's video, one of the comments was that the Life is Strange games, those are like the wokest games of all time. Like I don't, or they don't, they wasn't quite that, but they was like they're quite woke. Um,
Hmm.
what do you think of that?
Okay. Um, I am planning to replay Life is Strange 1 as well because also remember loving that game. I also remember loving that game, but a lot of people that play that game, like they hate it. Like it's like, whoa. I don't get why the hatred of the game comes in. And then I remembered, oh yeah, Chloe is not exactly a likable character, and you have to stick with her like most of the game. And it's like, okay, I can see why people don't like the game. It's like, are there any other reasons why people don't like the games? Like maybe it could be the plot reasons or any sorts of stuff. Like I remember loving the game, but that's why I said I don't want to replay the game again. I don't care about Before the Storm. Don't really care about that story. But Life is Strange 2 is a cringe fest. it is. It is a fucking cringe fest. I'm gonna use that example. I had the script already for one of my next video. I used that game as an example because the people that say, "Hey, can you make a game that's like anti-diversity, that's like entirely conservative?" I'm like, okay. Let's make a Life is Strange 2 game where instead of the two characters being Hispanic brothers, they are white male brothers that wear the MAGA hats and they hate the minorities, and all the bad guys are minorities. I still would hate the game. I still think the game would be a cringe fest, even if the game takes on the complete opposite side of the political spectrum. But Life is Strange 2 Colors, I played that very briefly, and I haven't finished it because I kind of got bored. So don't really have a lot to say to that one. Um, yeah, games being woke. Life is Strange is a very woke game. First one and the second one. Third one, I have no idea. It's been a while since I played it. But yeah, first one and the second one are definitely what I would call very, very woke games. These games are super woke. But there are lots of people that say certain games are woke or certain games are not woke, all that sorts of stuff. And like some games I agree, some games I don't agree with. It's like when the line is like it's like crossed to me when they call Tears of the Kingdom woke. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Just Jesus Christ. So yeah, there's that.
What is it though that you say that Life is Strange is woke, both of them, the first two at least. What makes like the first one? I'm about to play the second. I can't speak to it. But what makes like the first one woke? Because I know obviously there's like you can have a lesbian romance. It's optional.
Yes.
But
the
like
first
aside
one
from that though, like there's not like any like overtly like woke stuff.
Woke
like,
elements, right?
To me, but like obviously the people who designed it, like you can tell that they have like a more of like a hipster left wing aesthetic that they go for, but like they don't like beat you over the head with it. Well, the first one
really?
At least. I don't know about the second one.
Well, the first one, I played that when I was a teenager, and even I got that hipster aesthetic. It was like, yeah, they really beat you over the head with the hipster aesthetic. But I mean, for God's sake, the character uses a Polaroid when everyone uses DSLR. I'm like, come the fuck on.
That's obviously
that's hipster as
that's
fuck.
hipster as fuck. But I mean, in terms of like pushing their politics, like oh, not no.
As for the politics, aside from Chloe saying that men should not have guns, I cannot recall anything. I cannot recall anything about the political side. And aside from that, in a lesbian relationship, I couldn't really recall that in terms of the game being woke. Or at least it does have woke elements, but it doesn't bother me. It's when Life is Strange 2 came in where the woke elements really bother me. That shit is trash. An example of I can point at Life is Strange 2 and explain why it's woke. Life is Strange 1, okay, there's some, but it's like I don't mind it. Life is Strange 2, I do mind. A good example is when one of the characters said, he's this cartoonish bad guy, and he's apprehending the two Hispanic brothers. The two Hispanic brothers, they're running away from home because the small brother, the Daniel, he was he made this big ass explosion with his telekinetic power, and then chaos happened, and because of that, they run away from home because the police wants to contact them and ask them what the hell is going on, so they run away from home. And because of that, this guy came in and said something along the lines of, "You're the reason why we should build that wall." And I'm like, the fuck are you on about, bro? What are you talking about? What wall? Like, what wall are you talking about? Now, the game was released like I think it was a 2018, 2019. I forgot. But yeah, game was released during those times. But like, what wall are you talking about? Are you talking about the Donald Trump wall? Because he was at the time he was still president. Are you talking about that wall? Okay, but what if the people you never explain the context of that wall in the story? It's never explained. There's no news clipping that says Donald Trump is going to build the wall. There's nothing. Nothing inside the story that explains how the wall, what is the wall. The game assumes that we know what the wall is because it's the immigration issue. It's like, oh, the wall is a Trump thing. Trump wants to build the wall. That's how you get it. It's like the game assumes that we understand that, even though people who have no idea about American politics, they will have no idea what's going on. They will not get anything. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What wall? Now, if for the people that played the game at that time, they'll still get it because Trump is the president, and of course the issue is relevant. But what about the people that are not Americans, that have no idea about American politics? They just want to play Life is Strange 2 because game's pretty good. People love the game and they want to see the sequel. They want to play the sequel, right? Because they don't understand the context of that sentence. So there is that. That is a very obviously woke stuff in the game. And then the game goes into straight up like fundamental. There's this part in chapter 4 where in episode 4 where the kid with telekinetic powers, he got adopted by this fundamentalist Christian group, and it's basically like Far Cry 5 except much lamer. But at least with the fundamentalist Christian group, they explain like the context. They explain why they hate the group. There's one character that got banished from the group because he's gay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. In the universe that they're building on, they do explain why that is. They do explain why that is the case. That makes sense. I can see where that happens, but not with the wall thing. They don't explain. They did not explain anything about the wall. And then in episode 5, you actually see the wall. It's actually built to block the immigrants. I'm like, are you fucking out of your mind? You actually went there. They actually built the wall. And the characters actually had to use their telekinetic powers. Daniel used his telekinetic powers to destroy the wall and tear them open. That's crazy. And I'm like, are you... That is the most woke shit that I have seen in any video game. And it aged very poorly, which is why I love it. I love every single moment because it aged so poorly. Because last time I checked, the wall hasn't been built. The wall hasn't been built in America. They didn't build nothing. Trump's not a president for a long time. He got replaced by Biden. So the wall's not been built. This game aged like milk. And that's one aspect that I find incredibly woke about that game. That is the aspect that I would say very, very fucking woke. That is about as woke of a video game aspect as you get. If you want to call a video game woke, that is precisely what I pointed out. That is my example of a woke video game. Starfield having a pronoun selection is not woke. It can be driven out of a political motivation. There is a political motivation in it, but I can make a game with a pronoun selection. I can literally make a game about fucking MAGA hatters, and the game is about killing minorities. And then I ask the players, hey, use the pronoun. What are your pronouns? Would you think that the game is woke, even though the game is about a MAGA hatter trying to kill a bunch of minorities? Like, no. It's insane. But what I'm saying... No, whole other issue. But point is, I have my standards with what I consider a game to be woke, and a lot of people are very sensitive to that, and I sometimes clash with those people, and I disagree with them. It's like, and it causes a lot of infighting, which is, internet discussion, I guess. So.
Yeah, I still need to play the second one just because I see how bad it is, if nothing else. But I did really like True Colors, and it is very political. But it's like normal politics. It's not like woke politics. At least not that I remember.
Yeah.
But there might be like one or two
I feel like
or something. Maybe
true.
I don't know. But like I don't remember anything super stand out. But it's very political. But I can't because how far did you get?
For True Colors?
Yeah.
Not as far as when she got like her ability. Aside from that, that's
Oh,
it.
okay,
Like,
okay. So that
it's not far.
that was before the certain events that happened at night.
Yeah, it's like I got bored by then. It's like,
Okay,
yeah, whatever.
okay,
I'll just probably play it. So yeah,
all right.
yeah. Next question.
Why do you think some people claimed that GamerGate was about harassment or hating women?
Oh, very simple. It's because they feel like their criticism is an attack to their identity. And because they feel like it's an attack to their identity, they feel like it's attacking them as a woman, or they feel like it's attacking them as a minority, even though it's not. And I feel like because of that, they think that an attack on their political view is personal. They took that personally, even though it's a critique. It's a criticism to why their viewpoint is flawed, not a criticism towards their personality or their character or their person. Now, granted, I do believe that there are people that are like that. I feel like it's a minority, and to characterize everybody to be racist, sexist, misogynist, that I hate women and want to drive them off of gaming, I feel like it's a disingenuous argument that does not address the actual legitimate points that people made against them. So yeah, that's my take.
What do you think about the studies about Gamergate and harassment, such as the Women Action Media study, the Newsweek/Brandwatch study, or the Nimbus study? Are you familiar with any of these?
Sort of. I am sort of familiar with that. I'm pretty sure those studies, if I recall correctly, those studies expose that a lot of the harassment doesn't come from Gamergate. In fact, a lot of the harassers sometimes even come from the anti-Gamergate side. I feel like
That
some of the
was the
studies actually
Nimbus
post.
study, yeah. The Nimbus study
Yeah,
found that anti-Gamergate, but they also use a broad definition of harassment in that study, where they consider insults against groups of people to be harassment, which might be too broad of a definition for my personal liking.
I
But
see.
as long as they
I
apply
see.
it equally to both sides, which he appears to have done, Nimbus, I have no
Yeah,
problem with it again.
yeah. But regardless, yeah. Regardless, those studies prove that that harassment doesn't happen. The harassment doesn't happen. Most people that join Gamergate do not harass others. They are in it for the legitimate. They want to have a legitimate discussion, and it doesn't matter because those people are not going to believe it. They're just going to characterize gamers as sexist, evil, racist, and all that sort of stuff, bigots, and all that sort of stuff. That's how it is. That's not just the discourse of Gamergate, but that's also the discourse of like a lot of stuff that happens in the real world. It's like people are just gonna go to that defense, like, oh, you disagree with me, that means you're sexist, racist, misogynist, all that sort of stuff. So it's a Gamergate. It's definitely happened in Gamergate, but a lot of that bigotry accusations, they also pop up in other issues as well. So
What do you think of the Gamergate anti-harassment patrol?
I'm not too familiar with them, so I have no idea. But I assume that they're patrolling gamergaters that actually harass people. In
Well,
that case,
yeah, they were like trying to make sure that like Anita Sarkeesian and Brianna Wu and Zoe Quinn and people like that didn't receive like any mean messages, and that they reported like trolls or I guess like if there's a rogue GamerGate person doing it or um, stuff like that.
oh, good for them. Good for them. And if that's keeping the images true, at least good for them. But at the end of the day, uh, it's a noble intent, but it only takes one fake message from these game journals to convince people that what they are saying is true. So I feel like a lot of the effort could have been put elsewhere.
Simply Green in the chat says, didn't they track down Anita's harasser? Yes, actually, they did find out there was a Brazilian games journalist slash blogger who was harassing Anita Sarkeesian, sending her a bunch of death threats, and well, under like alt accounts and stuff. And he was actually outed by the GamerGate people.
Hmm. Okay.
How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
How important for me that bad actors are condemned? Uh, it's important in a sense that it's important for our own PR, for our own look, for our own personal movement, for our own movement. It's important, but it is not important in a sense to convince the journalists that, see, we're not actually doing the harassers. I feel like it's useless to try to convince them. But to try to convince others, to convince the normies, to convince the people who are not aware of us, that that we are not harassers, that we are actually actively policing harassers. I feel like there's a lot of value to that.
Can I bring something up with you, Appa?
Mm-hmm.
So
Uh-huh.
recently, this was like a few days ago, or maybe yesterday, um, Cabrutus and a bunch of the other GamerGate 2 people
Uh-huh.
were talking about. Well, Cabrutus sent out this big tweet saying, like obviously I condemn all harassment, and encouraging other people to do so. We don't support anything like that. And I paused and I'm like, should I retweet this? And I thought to myself, and I'm like,
Oh, that?
yeah, and I did retweet it. I did retweet it. But the reason I was
I s-
skeptical was two reasons.
Mhm.
Well, one, I think it's a good idea. I think you should always. It's the world's easiest win, right? To be like, yeah, of
Mhm.
course I oppose harassment. So good for him. Good for everybody else who did that. I'm not opposed to people doing that. I think it's probably good to do. But I paused and I thought, and I'm like, one, I'm not sure if any of the harassment is actually real. That because there's no
Mhm.
evidence of any harassment at all. The only evidence that's been
Uh-huh.
provided so far that I've seen, and maybe I missed something, right? I'm not 100% on top of the story at all times, but the only evidence that I've seen for receipts was like literally the one Kotaku writer, Alyssa Mercante, tweeted out a screenshot of a DM she supposedly got saying you should be hanged, and that's like the only,
Uh,
and like
yeah,
with the
yeah.
name cut off, and like look, maybe that's a real DM, and like if so, obviously no one should people send stuff like that, but like when you're trying to make this harassment narrative, like I'm not sure it's true. I don't think it is. Like I don't it from what I maybe like one or two people, right? There's millions of people talking about this all over the
Mhm.
world now. Maybe one or two people did, send mean messages. I wouldn't be super shocked. By mean messages, I mean death threats, not like a mean tweet, but like a real like death threat. Maybe one person did take things too far. I don't know, but like I don't think it's. I think the harassment thing's fake for the most part. Aside from like a
Yes.
couple trolls here and there, you're always gonna get people like that anywhere you go.
I do believe that. I do believe that a lot of the harassment thing is fake. Harassment is fake. I feel like what I could, what he would have done is, he could say it something along the lines of, we do not find any evidence of harassment from our side, or he said something along the lines of, I have seen no evidence of harassment from our side, and I feel like if we do see it, I feel like he should approach it in a way that suggests that, well, we don't see nothing. There's no harassment in our side, because that's the truth. If that is what happened, there's no harassment in our side. But I feel like he wants to be charitable to the journals, and he said, well, it is possible they might definitely got messages and harassment one two here and there. So like, and it is possible that they got that. They don't necessarily have to provide evidence, but yeah, it's possible that they got that. So when he said that, and he's like, well, we do not condone harassment, or harassment is not acceptable. I'm like, fine. I see no issue with saying this. It's not the correct. It's the wrong move. It's the wrong move because to appeal to the journalists, because the journalists are not going to believe it anyways. But it is an okay move to, at the very least, tell everybody that we are the good guys. We're not going to be harassing others in this instance. Although I feel like I do agree that a better way to approach this is to say, we don't see nothing. We don't see any signs of harassment. I feel like if there are harassment from our side, these game journalists should provide any sorts of proof or evidence to that. And if they have proof, any evidence to that, we will condemn them, and we will personally dismiss, condemn, and do not adhere to them. So I feel like that's a better way to do that, because at least in that way they encourage game journalists to provide evidence. But even so, um, it's a pointless endeavor either way. So
I
I
did.
feel like,
Good.
yeah, it's good for him to do that. I just don't think it's gonna be worth anything in the grand scheme of things.
Well, I think at the very least it shows because it wasn't just him. It was him, Rev says Desu, a bunch of other people. I think Endymion did as well. They all tweeted this out. I think that that shows to anyone who's watching, who's truly neutral, not like someone who's already going in like I'm gonna sandbag these people, but someone
Yes.
who's neutral will be like, well, look, they actually did the right thing. And like during GamerGate, like when I got involved with GamerGate, the fact that everybody, not everybody, but GamerGate, but but the fact that there was obviously within the GamerGate community there was zero tolerance for like actually doxing people or sending them death threats or harassing them, like actual like illegal or like criminal or tortuous behavior was obviously like you can disagree with people and maybe you get into a heated Twitter spat where you say go fuck yourself or something rude. Okay, like that's one thing, but like actual harassment, like that was never tolerated in GamerGate communities really, other than Ralph's community, I guess. Um,
Uh,
but
mm-hmm.
but I think the fact that one, there's historical evidence that the GamerGators were very proactive in condemning any sort of harassment, and two, like I think did a pretty good job. I think that
Mm-hmm.
historically that clears their name too. Like I think historians are going to look
Uh-huh.
at that, even if the journalists themselves didn't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So it's at the end of the day, I feel like it's a good move. It's a good move that if you want to do it, perfectly fine. I'm not gonna condemn the guy to doing it. It could be it's a productive move to convince the normies, to convince the people who have no idea about the whole thing, and it's a good look on you, good optics. But that's the problem with the culture right now is that we have a lot of disagreements with optics. Some people think that fuck optics. Optics are horrible. Optics are the reason why we are spineless and we do not get shit done. But others think that, oh, actually, we do need optics in order to convince people to be in our side. It's like, I'm more on the latter than the former because most people who are because I've seen most people who are like, fuck optics, they say the wildest fucking shit that are like, these people would probably not operate in any way in real life. Like they did straight up do not have any sort of interaction with others in real life because this is not how people work. But regardless, it's still a debatable conversation. I don't know where you stand on the whole thing, but yeah, I am more in the optics are important, and I feel like he also thinks that optics are important. So if we're gonna disagree with optics, it's an entirely different conversation. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree that I think optics are important. I really do actually. I think that part of the reason that everyone seems to hate the woke people
Mm,
is precisely
mm,
because their optics are so bad that they're driving people away
mm,
from their cause and their movement. I really do. I think that's a big part of it because they really do have so bad optics. Um, and
mm.
then two, I don't want to live in a world where the people who are like the worst fucking actors, like if they win, like that's not going to be a world I want to live in either. It's just going to swing the pendulum on the other side, and we're going to have like a far right fascists controlling things instead of woke scolds controlling things.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really a world I want either.
Mm-hmm. True. Whoa, hold on a second. I just got a DM. That is crazy. I have never had this DM. This is the first hate DM that I've had. I have never had a hate DM. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is very funny.
Because of the
I'll probably have
stream.
to deal with this later. No, not the stream. It's a topic. It's an entirely different topic. It's an entirely different topic. It's when I talk about Persona. I used to like your content before your channel. Really? You used to like my content until I found out that your channel. What? What the fuck are you? Whatever. So yeah. That derails the conversation, but yeah, I'll have to deal with this in the future in the stream, in my own stream. So yeah, sorry, go ahead.
While we're on the topic of GamerGate, on the harassment section still, do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment?
Do you think most GamerGators do a good job at condemning harassment? I'd say yeah, yeah, because most of the people in GamerGate, they don't do that stuff, and I believe that they don't. There's no productive reason for anybody to harass game developers or journalists and all that sort of people, including the current GamerGate, quote unquote. So yeah.
If you saw someone, quote, on your side, unquote, doing something you thought was bad, how would you handle that situation?
um, Call them out. It depends on what I consider bad. it depends on what I personally find like really really bad. But yeah, definitely call them out. Like say if somebody's a criminal in in our side or a predator in our side, exposed to be a predator in our side. So yeah, we'll have to see. Actually, not have to see, but I never had that issue. So
You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during Gamergate from either side or from third-party trolls?
did I experience any harassment from GamerGate on either side or any trolls? No, I have never experienced harassment from any side. Anti GamerGate or pro GamerGate, neither. So
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
Zaktak, I have no idea who that is or what that is.
Okay. Why do you think the media largely didn't cover harassment against Gamergate supporters?
Because it goes against the narrative, plain and simple. It just goes against the narrative.
Do you have any thoughts on the con leaks?
The what leaks?
The Crash Override Network leaks?
I forgot about that actually. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. I remember this. I remember this 100%. Yeah. I remember. Now I remember. Now I remember. Okay, I remember that. I remember that. Yes. It's very funny. That is very very funny. I remember that, and I find that very very funny. I miss Mombot. I miss Mombot. Don't know. She's apparently back, but she hasn't been tweeted but that much. But yeah, regardless, yeah, I miss him. I miss her. So, so yeah.
The Crash Override
It's funny.
Network? Did you remember anything
I
about
just
that? The leaks?
I do not remember anything about the Crash of Red Network leak.
What do you think of the term sea lioning?
Sea lioning. I'm not familiar with that. Is that where you like? Is that where you like go to somebody and then keep on asking questions and harassing them on those questions, even though it's not they got a different time or something along those
Well, I
lines?
wouldn't call it harassment, but it's based on this web comic. I could probably just send it to you.
Well, if you are interrupting that person on their like daily lives and keep on asking questions that they don't want to ask, I say that does constitute as harassment. Um, yeah, I remember this. This is what I meant. This is what I meant. Yeah, this is harassment.
Well, when the sea lion follows her home, yes. But when it's just them having a public conversation, no.
That's true.
In my
That's
opinion,
true, but yeah, that's true. But in this case, they're not having a public conversation. They are in public in a conversation that they don't want to participate in that particular webcomic. Whereas in the internet, you could just opt not to listen or just block the person in question or mute the person in question. So it's really it's not the same at all. So I feel like sea lioning is an issue if it's done in the real world, but in the internet, like just turn it off. Just turn it off.
what do you think of the burgers and fries stuff?
I have are those like the five guys that like Zoe Quinn get into? I don't really particularly care on that. If you ask me, I'm not really not following the story. So
Do you have any thoughts on GG Revolt? Do you remember them?
I do not remember. I remember about them rebelling against GamerGate, but I forgot for why. I can't remember the reason why.
They had a diverse set of reasons, but we can go into it if you want. But it's up to you.
Probably not. I don't remember it.
Can you define what you think harassment is?
I feel like harassment is when harassment is disturbing people and bothering people at times where they just want to be left alone. I feel like that's this webcomic is harassment. If you want to see my definition of harassment, that sea lioning webcomic, that is what I would consider harassment. It's like straight up bothering people in times where they don't want to be bothered and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I feel like that's that constitutes harassment.
All right, we're nearing the end. We've got media coverage, light items, reflections, and closing questions. And two of those are super short segments. So, do you
Okay.
need a break or are you good?
Uh, I need to find out where my phone is. Give me a minute.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, found my phone. So yeah, okay, continue.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
I feel like they covered it unfairly, and I don't think there's gonna be any way for them to cover it fairly. And I don't think there's gonna be a change in their dynamic. So the only way for us to cover Gamergate fairly is on ourselves, on our own.
If you were going to cover Gamergate as an act of journalism, how would you have done it?
Fairly, in a way that is accurate and representative to the real world, and actually addresses the criticisms, and also try not to be too incendiary to the journals in question. But unfortunately, uh, I too can have a bias, so maybe I will be biased towards the journals. Um, I'll try to be as fair as I can, basically.
Are there any journalists you think did a good job covering Gamergate?
Are there any journalists that do a good job covering GamerGate? Um, most I think there are maybe some independent journalists that do a better job than the normal journalists, but aside from that, no, not really.
Did anyone in the media reach out to you for an interview to discuss the movement?
Nope.
Did you reach out to any journalists or media outlets who wrote articles about
Hell
Gamergate to
no.
correct misinformation?
Hell no. Got better things to do.
Are there any specific articles or videos you want to discuss?
Not really. No.
Did the media's coverage of Gamergate increase or decrease your trust in the media?
In some ways, it does decrease my trust in the media, but there are many other factors that contribute to that. It's one of the contributing factor that decreases my trust in media.
If a journalist who got Gamergate wrong, in your view, is reading this book now, what do you want them to reconsider?
Um, it depends. It's not up to me. It's pretty much up to them to how they're going to see the issue and how they're going to view the issue. But if I am a game journalist and I made anti-Gamergate articles and I talk about Gamergate in a negative light, I probably wouldn't read this book. I most likely I'm just gonna avoid this book like a plague because that will give me nightmares. That will give me PTSDs of how Gamergate is ruining me and my life and my friends' lives and all that sort of stuff. Or at least that's how I would see it if I am a game journal covering Gamergate in a negative light. But yeah, it depends on the journalists. Maybe they will consider it at some point. Maybe they consider it others. But what I want them to consider is simply just to play games more and be more knowledgeable on the topic that you're talking about. Aside from that, not much.
What do you think the media can learn from how they covered Gamergate?
I don't think the media is going to learn anything from how they cover Gamergate. I feel like they're going to keep on doing the same tactic that they keep on doing in the coverage of Gamergate. They're going to keep on using the same tactic, and in that regard, they're going to repeat the same mistakes. And because they repeat the same mistakes, not much is going to change. So I feel like I don't have any hopes for the media to change, and I don't think the media is going to change any of their tactic in terms of this coverage, especially the new Gamergate. So yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on the Gamergate Wikipedia article? And I want to ask too, is it different in Indonesian? Is it better? Oh, I'm
Question.
sorry. Let me rephrase the whole thing. I just biased you towards thinking the English Wikipedia article is bad. Hang on, I'm sorry.
That's a good question.
Do you have any thoughts on the English Wikipedia article, and do you have any thoughts on the Indonesian Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
I have a feeling because last time I checked, the Gamergate controversy in Indonesia is actually accurate. Is actually very, very accurate. And now that I read it, uh, da, 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 Uh,
Well, it does.
actually, no,
Yeah,
no.
it's
It's
slightly less biased, I guess, but
it's actually biased.
yeah, it is.
Now that I read it
At
very
least the
quick, it's very
translated
biased.
version, yeah.
Yeah, now that I read it, it's very biased. But my thoughts on the Wikipedia article, not a good source. Try another source. That's
Well,
in a nutshell.
it's weird because like in the Indonesian article, there's not even a single source cited. It's at least is that
It's just it's
it's
just a quick translation of what
it's
happened.
like
So
four. It's like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, one's a 2 sentence paragraph, but 5 paragraphs plus one subsection with one paragraph that goes for 3 sentences or so. Like that's all they have, and it's like GamerGate was about harassment and progressivism in gaming culture and sexism in gaming culture.
yeah, so well, it's biased, I guess. There's that.
Would you like to
Okay,
see
next one.
quote the narrative unquote on GamerGate change in your lifetime?
If it's possible, I would, but I'm not gonna hold my breath.
Has your conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative about Gamergate?
My conscious experience as a human being has been made worse because my experience in Gamergate.
Because of the
Not
negative
really.
narrative.
Negative narrative. Not really. I feel like there are many things that make me have bad have lose faith in humanity, but Gamergate and their coverage it's a small factor, not a huge factor.
All right, Appa, hardest question of all. What's your favorite video game?
Favorite video game.
You can
Actually,
name a
it's
few
not
if
a
you
hard.
want.
It's not a hard question because I always it's a classic question. It's a classic answer and it's a classic answer for a classic game. My favorite game of all time is Deus Ex. I played the game. I played the absolute shit out of the game when I was in elementary school. When I still had my old HP laptop. When it was an old HP Mini 110. That is an absolute potato that can run nothing at all. It can barely run anything. So it can't run the latest games, but it can run Deus Ex, even though the game's like super poorly optimized. It can run Deus Ex. The game runs super well, super smooth. It's an old game, so of course it's gonna run on it. And the game runs fine. It's good. It's fucking amazing. It kicks ass. I love every second of it. I love Deus Ex. It is one of my favorite games of all time. I love the atmosphere. I love the story. I love the writing. I love the memes. Man, the internet is just an endless supply of like Deus Ex memes. So many Deus Ex memes. I love the political compass Deus Ex meme where like the bottom left one is just a collection of soy. That is amazing. I love that so much. But yeah, Deus Ex, one of my favorite games of all time. In fact, it's probably one of my favorite games. In fact, it is my favorite games of all time. I forgot if I think I have a top 5 for like my favorite games of all time. Like Persona 4 is on there. It's one of my favorites as well. My favorite Persona game. And then the ultimate Doom classics, Doom 1 and 2. Played it when I was a kid, still love it even to this day. Love it. One of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, Persona 4, and then I also got I think those are like my top 3 of my favorite games of all time. I forgot if I actually put any other games in it. Oh yeah, The Walking Dead, the first Walking Dead, the first Telltale Walking Dead. That is among one of my favorite games of all time. So yeah, those are like my favorite couple of my favorite games of all time. For for the hardest question.
All right, so I have to ask now a couple follow-ups. What's the best
Sure.
ending in the first Deus Ex? The one you prefer?
The best ending, the first Deus Ex. Good question. It's been a while since I played the game. I forgot the endings, but I don't remember a lot about Deus Ex to pinpoint the ending. I forgot which ending did I pick for like my ending. I think it was the ending where I put everybody into the Dark Ages, where like no more technology, no more internet. Not the canon ending for Deus Ex, but it is it is definitely one of the endings that I put in. It's been a long ass time. Oh, yes, Merged with Helios, New Dark Age. Yeah, it's the New Dark Age one. That's the ending that I picked for Deus Ex One. It's the one where like everybody goes to the Dark Age. No more technology, no more all of that. Just stone, Dark Age, all that sort of stuff. That's the ending that I picked.
I
Is it the
think I
best ending?
merged with Helios. I think.
It's been a while, a long ass time between for Deus Ex. So yeah.
Any thoughts on the sequels? Invisible War, Human Revolution, Mankind Divided?
Invincible War. Okay, Invincible War. I feel like it's not. It's overly hated. I feel like Invisible War deserves, at the very least, a second look from a lot of gamers. It's not as good as the first one, but it's not the worst game of all. It definitely has issues. It's not the worst. Deus Ex Human Revolution, one of the best modern games, one of the best modern games of all time, one of the best modern titles of that particular period, one of the best games of that generation. Amazing game. Love Deus Ex Human Revolution. A couple of hiccups, but the missing link added DLC fixed a lot of the issues that I have with the game, so I love it even more. Mankind Divided is the game that divides the mankind. I love that so much. Like I love when I point the Deus Ex Mankind Divided Steam, and the Steam result is mixed. Well, mankind is certainly divided on this game, and yeah, it depends on how you see it. Personally, I fucking love Mankind Divided. I feel like Mankind Divided is great, but I do see the criticism that a lot of people have for the game. The boss, there's not a lot of boss battle. I feel like there's only one boss battle. And Eidos Montreal, Square Enix, the hell are you doing? Please pick up his property, make make a new Deus Ex. Dishonored 2 is the closest one that I can think of, but even then, Dishonored 2 it's fine. Not super amazing, but it's okay. It does the job. Oh, Prey's a good one. Prey's a good game at least. So yeah, at least we can all agree that the Fall is trash. The Fall is absolute garbage.
The Fall?
But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, I've not even played that yet. No.
nah, Deus Ex The Fall's trash, garbage. Don't play that.
I do agree with you on Mankind Divided. I feel like it was a pretty solid game. Not as good as the
Mhm.
first Deus Ex. It's hard to top that. I mean, my gosh,
Yeah,
but I
sure.
feel like Mankind Divided was really good.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm not sure if you had
is
any
that
in
it?
Indonesia, but did you? No, we got finish the light items, then reflections, then closing questions. But we're almost there.
Sure,
All right.
sure.
I don't know if you had any GamerGate meetups in Indonesia, but did you attend any meetups?
No, no. I do not attend to any meetup, GamerGate or otherwise.
Do you want to talk about the friendship? Well, you have no friends, but do you want to talk about your lack of friendships during GamerGate?
Uh, Mostly because I do not have anybody to talk about with GamerGate. It's like most of the people that I do have friends at the time, at least, or in college. But most of the people that I talk with at the time, they talk about games in general, not GamerGate, because it's not an issue that people care about in that one. So, yeah,
Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or other GamerGate related art projects?
cool waifu. More lewds, please. Aside from that, nah. She's a nicely designed character. We need a lot more porn of her, but she's nice.
So you are in the pro sexualization of Vivian camp?
Hell yeah.
Can't say I blame you. What was your favorite moment during GamerGate?
My favorite moment during GamerGate is when Anita is trying to defend me as an Indonesian, and when he's trying to defend me
Oh
and
no,
my
I
race,
remember
and
this
I'm like,
video. Oh
I'm
no!
like, what the fuck are you doing, Anita? Why are you trying to defend me? Why are you defending me? You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Anita. I know a thing or two about being Indonesian. You ain't got nothing. I love that. That I still remember that moment. Aside from that, no.
That
I don't
was
remember much moment in GamerGate.
that was her exotic, not your exotic fantasy video, right?
Yes. Yeah, exotic fantasy video. Yeah,
I remember watching your response. I did my own response video to it too.
true. Yeah, fine.
If you could have changed one thing about GamerGate, what would it be?
If I could change one thing about GamerGate, honestly, I don't know because I don't know what I would change about GamerGate because I don't know if it's gonna make it better or gonna make it worse. But if there is one thing that I would want to change about Gamergate is that I want more people to be more knowledgeable in how to play games of the past and be more interested in video games because video games are good. and games are good. You should play them more. Aside from that, not really.
Since I know we're trying to rush through a little bit now towards the end, but
Mm.
I do want to ask because we both saw Anita Sarkeesian's video, Not Your Exotic Fantasy. One of the
Mm.
things that she said in that video is something that I pretty strongly disagreed with or thought was a pretty bad take at the time. I don't know what you thought of it. I don't remember what you thought of it. But do you remember when she talked about Alex from Half-Life 2 and also a character from Remember Me? This French, it's set in France, and
I
these
know. I
characters are
know.
non-white characters, and she says that well, the game just treats them like any. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she says something along the lines of the game treats these characters just like they would anybody else. It doesn't explore their backstories. It doesn't explore their ethnic tradition. Well, it's like, or something along those lines. Where I'm thinking like, well, if you have like a black person who lives in like Paris or like Chicago or whatever, like they're probably going to identify as like American or French. Why would we explore where their ancestors came from necessarily? Unlike
I
you can
remember
do
that.
that. There might be reasons you do for a
Yeah.
story, but like you shouldn't like assume that to be the
Uh.
case. I think. But what do you think? I don't.
I remember that. I do remember I do remember that. And my point is, it's very simple. Like, is it relevant to the plot? Is Alex's ancestry of her being non-white relevant to the plot? If not, then why should we talk about it? Same goes with Anilin from Remember Me. I can't believe I remember her character name, but yeah, same goes with her. So what's her being non-white? How is her being non-white relevant to the story? So as long as it's relevant to the story, I don't mind if we're gonna talk about race, as long as it's like actually relevant to the story. But if it's not relevant to the story, like there's no need to talk about that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like if it's relevant, go for it 100%. There could be great stories that you could explore going through like
Mm,
the ethnic background or whatever of a character. That's perfectly fine. Though
mm,
I at the time maybe this was too harsh. I don't think that she's like a racist person. I don't. I think I even I don't. I'm not ascribing her motivations,
mm,
but I think that it is a little bit racist or like biased or whatever the fuck you want to call it for to
mm,
assume that like okay this person they're black they're in like post-apocalyptic United States I guess for Half-Life. I assume the United States at least,
mm,
and then
mm,
like France. Like, why would we assume that they're going to have like a different culture than like the other people who live in the same place that they do, just because of their skin
mm,
color? It seems kind of like a bad. Like again, not saying she's racist. I'm not saying she's racist, but I think that it's like a bad mindset to have, and like it's like an attitude that is a little bit racist, I guess, right? Or a little bit
mm.
presumptive, if nothing else.
Yeah. So yeah. So at the end of the day, it's Anita. So it's gonna be making all sorts of bad takes, and just gonna have to disagree with it. So
What would you personally have done differently during Gamergate?
what I would have personally done differently, finish my thesis early because I was too late by a year. But aside from that, nah, not really.
Let's say it's 10 years from now. Oh, God.
Mhm.
This question's a little bit more
It is
relevant
10
than we
years from
think.
now.
Let's say it's 10
Huh.
years from now, and an online movement is looking to Gamergate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
Stay away from mainstream media. Plain and simple.
When you so do you think that I know that I said 10 years from now, so 2034, but do you think that these people who are trying to do the Gamergate too, like if the New York Times approached Cabrutus and said, "Hey, look," and let's say it was someone who you don't have any specific reason to think is going to lie. They haven't like said anything bad about you in the past or anything, and you've never like noticed that this specific person lied before. If a journalist from the New York Times or BBC or whatever approaches you and is like, "Hey, look, I want to write about what happened," and they're talking to Cabrutus or they're talking to Endymion or they're talking to Dev or whoever, right? They're talking to anybody, let's say. Do you think they shouldn't talk to them?
No, not a chance. I feel like we already have our own platform to talk about, and it's already very big. We have lots of YouTubers. We have lots of Twitter users that talk about this topic directly and engage with these users directly and spread about the information. Right? We don't need journalists to cover this whole this whole topic. What we do need game websites, more and more game websites that are in our side to talk about this, to cover this whole controversy. But it's not often we see that. We mostly just see journalists doing that. No, I feel like nobody should talk to journalists in general, because I feel like they have the capacity to misrepresent and misinform and just twist and turn the story to be something else. And also, they might, even if you try to say circumvent around that area, they might sue you. That is a possibility. So you have to got to be careful of that.
Can I cuck your answer by pushing back, or do you want me to just move on?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
I think you should. I think that my advice, personally, and again, this is your answer separate. We can disagree. You can call me out if you think I'm wrong. I think that they should. I think if someone from like the New York Times or whatever approaches Cabrutus or somebody like that, I think they should do the interview, and obviously document it, like record it on both sides, of course. That way you have a
Uh
copy.
huh.
But I think you should do it, and I think that like if they're reaching out to you in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
not guaranteed they're not gonna fuck you over, but like that's better than
Uh huh.
99% of the time when they talked about the original GamerGate and they didn't interview a single person on the Pro GG side.
Mm-hmm.
So like
Well,
it
I can
demonstrates some
see.
degree of good faith, right? To even
I
reach
can
out to
see.
Cabrutus
Yeah,
or
yeah.
somebody like that.
I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you take the interview, and if they misrepresent it, that's an L on them. But that's an L on them. So give the L on them, as long as you're agreed to the interview. At the very least, you're allowing that looks good on you, and it looks to the public that you're willing to give them a chance. You're willing to be fair to them and to be articulate with what they're trying to say, or willing to give them a chance to say what you're saying, even if at the end of the day you're misrepresenting them. But that's what I'm saying. I think like you should be prepared for that scenario when that happens, and it will happen. If you're gonna take that chance, go for it. But there is a chance that will happen. So
What don't the same? I know obviously if someone's a journalist, they have a way higher set of ethical responsibilities compared to a normal person.
mhm,
But
mm,
the journalists that we don't like and the anti-Gamergate people that they don't like, they have a very strict policy, it seems. A strict
mhm,
policy of don't talk to the Gamergate people under any circumstances, unless you're making fun of them. Um,
mhm.
but what do you if we adopt the same attitude and we're going to shut down or be opposed to having those conversations, like I think that we're better than that.
I see how that can look bad. Yes, I see how that can look back if we're the ones that actually like shut down any potential conversation from them, if they are willing to reach out. So in that regard, in that sense, I can see why you should take the leap. But if you're willing to get into that conversation, but um we've had people that are always being unfairly represented in media, like Count Dankula, for example. He deals with journalists all the time, and he straight up told people never ever talk to journalists, because they will always try to find a way to misrepresent you, to twist your words into something else. So yeah, it's something that we're gonna have to maybe it's a situational thing, maybe it's a depends on the journalist, depends on who's gonna cover it, but it's generally something we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that.
Okay, that's totally fair.
Mm.
What have you
Okay.
personally learned from Gamergate?
What have I personally learned from Gamergate? I feel like I learned a lot in terms of not the Gamergate themselves, not the topics in Gamergate themselves, but more like the how I need to approach subjects, how I need to approach an issue, how people deal with the issue, how people who disagree with me, how the viewpoint that they're seeing the world, what their viewpoints are. I feel like that's one of the things that I want to that I learn. I learn how others see the world. I learn how their viewpoints work, even if I don't agree with it. And I feel like it's a valuable thing to experience, is to put yourself or myself in the shoes of somebody who disagree with you vehemently, who don't know what you're talking about, but still are willing, but still are saying all these horrible stuff. Like what's going on in their mind? Why do they say all of this? I feel like that is something that I've been doing a lot more so ever since Gamergate. It's to put myself in their shoes and try to figure out why they say this stuff. Sometimes I can understand that, but others it's just nonsense. So that is one of the things that I learned on Gamergate.
Do you see parallels between Gamergate and the way society currently discusses issues?
I feel like it's the opposite. It's more like how society discusses issues are very, very influences how Gamergate does. Because a lot of the stuff that happened in Gamergate, it's nothing new in other topics, in other industries, in other areas. Because there have been cases that are very similar to Gamergate that are not industry that are industry related, that are entertainment related, but not gaming related, but it still does have the same sort of patterns of journalists calling others misogynists, calling other bigots for disagreeing. It does happen. I can see that happening, but what I'm saying is there are many things that real life, the real stuff that happens. Gamergate does influence a lot of stuff, but I feel like in that particular aspect, it's real life that influences Gamergate.
What do you think of the leaderless and decentralized nature of Gamergate?
I feel like that's a good thing because if you have a leader to Gamergate, you're going to have that person to be able to accurately represent what people's viewpoints are. And I feel like that's a difficult thing to do because Gamergate, even among Gamergaters, there are people that disagree with each other. So yeah, I feel like being leaderless is the wise choice.
I think I already know the answer to this, but I'll ask it. Would you want to do a Gamergate reunion, sort of a big meetup once every 10 years or something like that?
Hell no. Hell no. I've got better things to do than have a Gamergate reunion. Heck, Gamergate 2.0 is already stupid in and of itself. But yeah, not thanks. I'm good.
Have you ever thought about writing a book or other project relating to Gamergate?
Nope. Not a single thought of that comes into my head. But I do have thoughts of writing fiction, books of my own, but aside from that, no, not really.
Do you want to briefly talk about that and promote your fiction writing?
It's probably it's just my own personal fictional pet project. Don't see how it's going to be like a more mainstream acceptance, but it's something I like to do anyways. More of a hobby thing. So
For you personally, what would Gamergate being successful look like, and was Gamergate successful in your eyes?
if Gamergate needs to be successful, uh, Gamergate is only successful when the game journals actually admit that they did fault, for one, and if the gaming demographic, or at least the game publications, are not as left as they are right now, or at least the entertainment industry in general is not as left as they are right now. But in that case, that makes it a political issue, which in that case, well, it's not a Gamergate thing. But yeah, I feel like if we're gonna constrain Gamergate to the ethics of journalism, they did manage to accomplish one thing, and that is to have better disclosures of products reviews and all that stuff. It encouraged the FTC to do that. In that regard, I'd say Gamergate is successful. But is Gamergate successful in other regards? Can't say. It depends on which battle you're talking about and whose battle, and you'll have to determine what Gamergate was fighting for and whether or not they have actually successfully achieved it. Because Gamergate fights in a lot of fronts, not all of them successful. So
If you could do it all over again, would you?
probably not. I feel like what we have right now is perfectly adequate. I feel like I don't believe that if we go to the past and change things, it's gonna make things better. I have a feeling that it's gonna make things worse. So yeah, I'll just have to accept the consequences.
What do you think of this interview project?
Um, what do I think of this interview project? Well, if you find any sort of insightful knowledge about what my worldview is and what I thoughts about certain things and certain issues in regards to this issue, then I think that this interview is valuable for you. But me personally, I feel like this is a topic that's been already done, and I do contribute into that topic. Granted, I do contribute into that topic very much. I don't contribute significantly, but I do contribute to it. So my insight to how things happen can be very valuable to certain people that find it insightful and valuable. But as for me, well, as long as that viewpoint is valuable to others, as long as it's valuable to you, I'm perfectly fine with sharing it. So yeah.
Some people reading this book might hold a negative view of Gamergate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
I can't blame them. I cannot blame them because maybe they misread about stuff, or maybe they don't still misunderstood about certain aspects of the Gamergate movement, and maybe they just don't understand it, or they're not fully articulating it well, or maybe they just don't want to deal with the bullshit. So I can't blame them. It's to be expected, and it's not. I don't hope too much out of the book actually convincing them to the other side. So yeah.
Okay. And anything else you want to talk about?
Not really. Aside from I'm gonna need to eat.
Yeah. Well,
I'm hungry.
I know it went long, but thank you so much, Appa. And can I ask
Sure,
you,
sure
are
thing.
you okay if I make smaller clips out of this? Obviously, I'll try not to take you out of context.
Sure, you can
Okay.
if that's what you want to do.
All right.
Sure.
It'll probably be like months from now,
All right.
maybe even like a year from now, but it'll be
Yeah,
a
it's
while.
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and
All right.
raid
No
Neve.
problem.
So everybody, go say hi to her. What's she doing right now? She is playing Overwatch 2. So I'll send
Mm-hmm.
you guys her way.